Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Unblinking Watchers, Silent Eyes at the Pump. The first time I stopped at the gas station, I was halfway through a 12-hour shift on the delivery route, and I was so tired the lines on my face could have been carved with a blunt spoon. The air was thick with the smell of burnt rubber and something else, oil, maybe, or the faintest trace of spilled gasoline that never quite evaporated. I could taste it on my tongue when I exhaled. The ground beneath my boots was rough concrete, cracked and stained dark like old bruises. A single flickering street lamp cast a sickly yellow glow over the pumps, one of which squeaked with every drip of fuel. I pulled up to pump 3, the one furthest from the station's front window. The building itself was squat, painted a peeling white that made the place look tired, forgotten. Inside, I caught glimpses of a few attendants behind the counter. I didn't think much of them at first, just tired people like me, probably bored out of their skulls. That was when I noticed they never blinked. I'm not talking about the usual quick, natural blink. No, these attendants stared with eyes so wide and still, it was like their eyelids had been frozen open. No flutter, no wink, no sign that the muscles in their faces relaxed for a moment. Their gaze was steady, cold, and unyielding. It followed me as I moved around the pump, as I fumbled with the lever, as I slipped my wallet back into my pocket. I must have blinked half a dozen times just trying to make sure I wasn't imagining it. But no matter how many times I looked, those eyes didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't even shift from me. I told myself it was just some trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows or a weird medical condition. Maybe those poor souls were sleep deprived, or under some kind of medication. I tried to shake the unease off, but it stuck to my skin like the damp night air. I checked the gas gauge, watching the numbers tick up, listening to the rush of liquid as it filled the tank. I could hear the faint hum of the station's old fridge inside, the distant thump of a dog barking somewhere down the road. The air smelled colder now, sharper, like it had been scrubbed clean of warmth. When I glanced back inside, the attendants were still staring. No one spoke. No one moved. Just those unblinking eyes locked on me, memorizing. It made my skin crawl. I wanted to say something, maybe break the silence, but nothing came out. The words felt stuck like gravel in my throat. Instead, I muttered to myself, okay, just gas up and get going. I told myself I'd stop overthinking it. That was the first mistake. The second was noticing the details they seemed to be memorizing. The way I tucked my shirt into my jeans. The way I scratched at the back of my neck when I got nervous. The exact way I held the pump handle, fingers wrapped just so. Even the faint smudge of grease on my left hand from the truck's engine. I caught one attendant's eye and tried to smile, but it felt like my face was a mask. The smile didn't reach my eyes, and I could tell they registered that. The stare tightened, if that was even possible. I stepped back from the pump, heart fluttering against my ribs. The night felt suddenly heavier, like the air itself was pressing down, thick and suffocating. I wanted to leave, but part of me couldn't stop watching them watching me. I'm not proud of what happened next. I pulled out my phone and snapped a quick photo through the window, the flash briefly illuminating their faces. The attendants didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't even break their gaze. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I was already regretting it. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see headlights following me. But there was nothing, just the endless stretch of dark highway and the distant hum of the gas station's neon sign fading into the night. Later, when I told a friend about it, he laughed and said, maybe they're just really dedicated. You know, taking notes or something. I didn't laugh. Because somewhere deep down, I knew this was no ordinary dedication. The next night, I went back. Not because I wanted to, but because something about those unblinking eyes gnawed at me. I needed to understand. When I pulled up again, the same attendants were there. Still staring. Still silent. Their faces unreadable. I tried to strike up a conversation. A simple, "Hey, how's it going?" Nothing. No reply. Just silence. Complete silence. I could feel their gaze drilling into me, as if they were collecting every scratch, every wrinkle, every hesitation. I pumped the gas slower this time, trying to catch a break in their attention, but there was none. The night dragged on with a stillness that felt unnatural. The usual sounds of a remote gas station, the creak of the sign in the wind, the occasional rumble of a passing truck were muted under the weight of those eyes. I wanted to leave again, but I was rooted to the spot, caught in a web woven from silence and cold stares. Something was coming. I didn't know what yet, but I could feel it, like a low tremor beneath the ground. A quiet threat that didn't need words or violence. Just watchfulness. I drove off before dawn, the station disappearing behind me like a bad dream. But the image of those unblinking eyes stayed with me, burning into the back of my mind. That night, I didn't sleep. The silence followed me, louder than any noise, heavier than any weight. And I knew I wasn't done with that place. Not by a long shot. The next morning, the sun rose sluggish and gray, the sky smeared with dull clouds that seemed to press down on everything below. I didn't want to go back. I thought about that a lot. But the need to understand pulled harder than the fear. There was something about those attendants, something so thoroughly wrong in the silence between them and me. I kept turning it over like a puzzle piece that almost fit but left a jagged edge. So, I got up, dressed, and drove back to that station just as the late afternoon bled into evening. The road was empty except for a couple of distant trucks, their engines humming low and steady. I didn't turn on the radio. I wanted to hear everything, the crunch of my tires on gravel, the rustle of dry leaves pushed by the wind, the faint bark of a dog somewhere behind a wire fence. The gas station came into view, the flickering neon sign buzzing unevenly, casting a sickly green light over the cracked pavement. It looked even lonelier than before. I parked and sat for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to steady the uneasy flutter in my chest. I told myself it was just nerves. Rational nerves. I was going to watch, observe, and figure out what they wanted. No more guessing. No more running. Inside, the attendant was the same, motionless except for the slow blinking of a single light overhead. I didn't look directly at him at first. Instead, I scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The counter was cluttered with dusty candy bars, a half-empty soda cooler humming quietly, and a stack of newspapers that looked like they hadn't been touched in days. The smell was stale old coffee, faintly sour, mixed with the underlying scent of gasoline. I walked over to the pump, filling the tank slowly, deliberately, glancing up every few seconds with a casualness I hoped looked natural. But the attendant's stare was relentless, burning into me without a single blink. Across the room, a second attendant appeared, stepping out from a dim hallway I hadn't noticed before. She didn't speak. Didn't smile. Just stood there, watching. I swallowed hard. The air felt colder now, or maybe it was just me. Maybe my skin had tightened, goosebumps spreading from the back of my neck down my arms. I thought about asking a question, anything to break the silence, but the words stuck in my throat. They didn't want to talk. They had made that clear. Instead, I moved to the corner of the station where a small bulletin board hummed crookedly. Tacked to it were faded flyers, missing pets, local yard sales, a handwritten note that read, "Check your tires before heading north." I pulled out my phone and took pictures, hoping to find some clue in the background details. That's when I noticed something else, a camera, barely visible, tucked into the corner above the entrance. Its lens was dull, coated with a thin layer of grime, but it was pointed directly at the pumps, at me. My pulse quickened. They were recording. Of course they were. It wasn't just their eyes, they had a whole system. I stepped back, pretending to stretch, trying not to look too obvious. The attendants' gazes locked onto me as if they could see right through my act. No blinking. No breaking eye contact. I looked away first, heart hammering. The night deepened. A cold wind rattled the station's flimsy metal roof, carrying with it the faint, unpleasant tang of burning rubber from a distant highway. Somewhere, a dog howled. I shivered, not because of the cold but because I realized I had to push further or I'd never know what was really happening. I walked inside again, this time toward the hallway where the second attendant had emerged. The door was cracked open, revealing a dim stairwell descending into darkness. I leaned in, trying to catch any sound, any sign of life. But the hallway was silent, and the attendant stood rigid at the threshold, like a sentinel. "Is there a back room?" I asked, my voice low, tearful. Nothing. No response. Just that cold stare. I swallowed the lump in my throat and pressed on. "Look, I don't mean any trouble. I just want to understand." The words felt foolish. I was talking to a wall of silence. Then, something shifted. The attendant's head tilted slightly, not enough to break the gaze, but just enough to feel deliberate. As if they were deciding whether to let me in or not. I backed away slowly, nodding as if in agreement. I could feel their eyes drilling into my back until I was outside again, the door sliding shut behind me with a final click that echoed louder than it should have. I stood by the pumps for a long time, watching the attendants through the glass. Their faces were blank, their eyes mirrors reflecting nothing and everything. Then, a thought struck me. What if they weren't just watching me? What if they were waiting for something to happen? Waiting for me to do something specific? I tried to remember everything I'd done differently this time, my clothes, the route I took, the way I moved. But none of it felt like it mattered. Because they had memorized me already. Every detail. Every hesitation. Every glance. The thought knotted my stomach. I pulled out my phone and called a friend, someone I trusted, just to hear another voice. They answered groggily, their words a balm against the oppressive quiet of the station. "Hey, it's me," I said. "I'm at that gas station again. Something's wrong. I can't explain it, but I think they're watching me for a reason." There was a pause on the other end, then, "Be careful, okay? Don't do anything stupid." I promised her I wouldn't, even though I wasn't sure what stupid looked like anymore. As I hung up, a sudden movement caught my eye. The second attendant was no longer standing by the hallway. Instead, they were near the counter, adjusting something on the wall, a small, inconspicuous box. A sensor, maybe? A microphone? I blinked and then stopped. I had no right to blink around them. The tension in my shoulders tightened as I realized I was part of some unspeakable routine. A subject in a slow, deliberate experiment. But why me? And what was the goal? I finished pumping the gas, each second stretching longer than the last. The attendant's eyes never left me. I could feel them burning into my skin, tracing every line of my face. I tried to imagine what they were doing with all that information, what it might mean for me once they had it all. I slid the nozzle back into place and climbed into my car. Before starting the engine, I looked back one final time. The attendants hadn't moved. Not a muscle. Not a blink. Just waiting, as if the night itself depended on it. I drove away, the hum of the engine drowning out everything else. But inside, the questions multiplied, swirling faster than the road beneath me. What did they want? What was I supposed to do? And most chilling of all, how long had this been going on before I even showed up? The road stretched ahead, dark and endless, but I knew I wasn't alone. Something was following me now, hidden in plain sight, memorizing every step I took. I had to find out why. I sat in my car, the engine off, and stared at the two attendants through the windshield. The night air was thick with the scent of gasoline and something faintly metallic like old pennies and rusted iron. The hum of the highway faded behind me, swallowed by the stillness that clung to the gas station like a second skin. Their eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, unyielding. It felt like every detail about me was being scanned, logged, and stored. For what purpose? I had no clue. A sudden flicker of the overhead light caught my attention. The bulb buzzed faintly and dipped in brightness, casting long shadows that stretched out toward me. The attendant near the counter remained motionless except for the subtle twitch of fingers as they adjusted the small box on the wall again. I could almost hear the faint click of the mechanism inside, hidden behind the cheap drywall. My throat tightened. I wanted to leave, to vanish into the night and forget this place existed. But the realization hit me like a cold wave. I couldn't. Not yet. Not without answers. The strange box, they must be recording me. Not just watching, but memorizing every inch. Every crease in my jacket, every hesitation in my movements, every breath I took. I tried to shake the feeling, but it stuck. I needed to understand what I was up against. Still, the thought of stepping inside that dim, cramped store again made my skin crawl. The silence in there wasn't just silence, it was a wall. A barrier waiting to swallow me whole. The next morning, the sunlight felt sharp and intrusive as I pulled into a nearby diner, my hands still trembling from the night. The waitress handed me a cup of coffee without a word, her eyes flicking up and down like she was reading me too. I laughed quietly to myself, the absurdity of it all sinking in. Maybe I was just paranoid. Or maybe this place had seeped into me deeper than I wanted to admit. I couldn't stop thinking about the box on the wall. What if it wasn't just a sensor or microphone? What if it was something more, a device linked to other places, other people? The thought made my stomach twist. Call it paranoia or gut instinct, but I felt like I was caught in something bigger than a quiet roadside gas station. Later that day, curiosity pushed me back. I parked my car a few yards away, watching from the shadows as the sun dipped behind the hills and the gas station flickered to life. The attendants appeared, their faces blank, eyes sharp. No blinking. No smiles. Just that cold, steady stare. I stepped closer, heart pounding, trying to catch a glimpse of the box. It was smaller than I expected, a little black cube, mounted just above the counter, almost invisible unless you looked for it. I noticed a faint red light pulsing inside it, like a heartbeat. That's when I heard the muffled voices from inside. Not the attendants, but someone else. The words were low, urgent, so quiet I almost thought I imagined them. I pressed my ear closer to the glass window. Subject is here. Ready for next phase. My breath hitched. Next phase? Subject? That wasn't just surveillance. That was control. I stumbled back, heart racing. The gas station felt less like a place and more like a trap. Somewhere I was being studied, analyzed, prepared for something I couldn't yet see. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But the words stuck in my throat. I watched the attendants again. They didn't blink. They didn't speak. But their eyes, those terrible, unblinking eyes, seemed to burn with a purpose deeper than observation. They weren't just watching me. They were waiting for me to make a move. And maybe, unknowingly, I already had. The night came faster than I expected. I found myself behind the wheel again, rolling toward the gas station with a mixture of dread and stubborn resolve. The road stretched ahead, empty and silent except for the occasional rustle of wine through the dry grass. When I pulled in, the attendants were in their usual spots, statues frozen in place. I stepped out, the cool night air sharp against my skin. My hands trembled as I reached for the gas nozzle, but I forced myself to focus. They never blinked. Their eyes never left me. Then, as I was pumping gas, I noticed something new. The attendant behind the counter gave a slight nod. Just one. Almost imperceptible. But enough. I stopped pumping and looked up. The nod repeated, slower this time. A signal? An invitation? Or a warning? Before I could react, the door to the store creaked open. A man stepped out, middle-aged, sharp-eyed, dressed in a worn jacket that hung loosely on his frame. He didn't look like the attendants. More like someone in charge. He walked toward me with a slow, deliberate pace and stopped just close enough that I could smell the faint scent of tobacco and something antiseptic. "You've been coming here a lot," he said, voice low but steady. No smile. No warmth. Just that same coldness I had seen in the attendant's eyes. "Why?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged. "Because you're important. And we need to know what you're made of." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Important? Made of what? My mind raced, trying to catch up. "Who are you?" I said. "What is this place?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced back at the attendants, who still hadn't moved a muscle. "Some things you can't walk away from," he said finally. "Not anymore." The air around us thickened. I realized then that this wasn't just a stop on a lonely highway. It was a point of no return. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. My throat was dry, my hands cold against the pump handle. The man took a step closer. "You've already been marked. The questions start now." I swallowed hard, the weight of those words settling in my chest like a stone. There was no turning back. Not this time. The man's words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to back away, to run, but my legs refused. It was like the ground beneath me had turned to glue. The man took another step closer, his shadow spilling over the cracked concrete between us. His eyes weren't cold like theirs. They were dark, unreadable, but there was something else, an edge of impatience, maybe even amusement. I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. "Marked. What does that even mean?" The words came out rough, barely more than a whisper. He shrugged, but it wasn't the casual kind. It felt deliberate, as if carrying a silent threat. "It means you're part of this now. You can't leave." Not without answering. I glanced sideways at the attendants again. Still no blink. Still their cold, unyielding stare. And now, I realized, they weren't just memorizing my face or my clothes. They were taking in every detail, the way I shifted my weight, the nervous twitch of my jaw, the tiny scar on my left hand from years ago. Everything. The gas station's flickering overhead light buzzed loudly. I could hear the distant hum of a tractor trailer somewhere down the highway, muffled and slow. The smell of burnt rubber and spilled diesel hung in the air, mixing with the faint odor of mildew from the cracked concrete floors inside the station shop. My throat tightened. I was being measured, weighed, tested. "Who are you?" I blurted out, unable to stop myself. "What do you want from me?" The man's lips twitched into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You know what we want. You just don't want to admit it yet." I shook my head, confusion twisting inside me. "No, I don't. I don't want any part of this." His gaze sharpened. "That's why we're here. To see if you really mean that." Silence. Complete silence. Even the attendants remained statuesque, unmoving. I swallowed. The adrenaline that had been flooding me began to ebb, replaced by a grinding weariness. But beneath it all, a burning question: why me? Why was I suddenly caught in this web, marked for something I couldn't even name? "Look," I said, voice steadier now, "if this is some kind of game or test, I'm not playing. I'm just passing through. I have no idea what you think I'm made of." The man's eyes narrowed. "You think this is a game? You think you're just passing through? That's the problem. You don't see the bigger picture." I clenched my jaw. "Then tell me, what picture?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he motioned towards the shop's dim interior. "Come inside. It's time you learned." Against every instinct, I followed. The attendants flanked us, never blinking, their gaze like ice shards boring into my skin. Inside, the stale air was thick with the scent of old coffee and cleaning solvents. The overhead fluorescent lights flickered unevenly, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and warp. The man led me to a small back room, a cramped space cluttered with filing cabinets and boxes of faded paper records. He opened a drawer and pulled out a thin folder, yellowed around the edges. My name was scrawled across the front in neat, looping handwriting. I stared at it, heart hammering. "How do you have this?" He shrugged again, but there was something more resigned in the motion. "We've been watching you longer than you know. Not just tonight. Months. Years, maybe." A cold shiver ran down my spine. "Why?" He leaned against the doorframe, folding his arms. "Because you're important. Because you carry something that matters. Something we need." I shook my head, mind racing. "You're insane." The silence stretched again. Finally, he spoke, voice low, almost gentle. "Maybe. Or maybe you're just finally awake." The words echoed in the cramped room. I wanted to laugh, but the sound stuck in my throat. Awake? What did that even mean? Then I noticed the small recorder on the desk, blinking with a faint red light. I hadn't heard it start, but it was clearly capturing every word, every breath. "Why are you recording this?" I asked, my voice trembling despite myself. He smiled again, thin and sharp. "Because every answer you give is a piece of the puzzle. And this puzzle? It's bigger than you or me. Bigger than this gas station, or even this town." I glanced around the room, searching for something, anything that might explain this madness. But all I found were faded maps pinned to the wall, notes in cryptic code, and photographs of people I didn't recognize. Faces blurred and scratched out. The man's eyes caught mine. "You think you're alone out here. That no one's paying attention. But we are. Always." A sudden noise from outside made both of us tense, the distant howl of a dog, sharp and urgent. The attendants shifted, ever so slightly, but still no blink. "What happens if I don't answer?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. then you stay marked. And the game, it changes. I swallowed again, the weight of his words sinking in. The idea of being marked, tracked, controlled, it wasn't just unsettling. It was terrifying. But more than that, it was a trap. A slow, grinding trap with no clear way out. I looked back at the folder in my hands. The paper felt thin, fragile beneath my fingertips. Inside, documents detailed my life, addresses, jobs, friends, habits. The kind of information only someone watching closely could gather. My breath caught. Who are you watching me for? The man's smile thinned, almost sympathetic. For now, just know you're not the only one. And soon, you won't be the last. The room seemed to close in around me. My head spun with questions, none of which had answers. The man, or whatever he was, had pulled back a curtain to something dark and tangled, and I was caught in the middle. Outside, the attendants remained unmoving, their gaze still fixed like cold, unblinking cameras. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear, but I was already too deep. The man's voice broke through the haze. The questions aren't over. They're just beginning. I looked at him, at the folder, at the endless night beyond the gas station windows. And I realized this was no longer about filling my tank. It was about survival. I don't know what you want from me, I said, voice breaking, but I'm not giving you the satisfaction of fear. He chuckled softly. Good. That's what we're testing. The fluorescent light flickered violently, plunging the room into brief darkness before sputtering back to life. My hands trembled as I closed the folder, sealing the evidence of my new reality. Outside, the attendants still watched. Still memorized. Still waited. And I knew, beyond any doubt, that the night was far from over. I could still see them, even now. Their faces, frozen and unreadable, eyes wide and unblinking as I stood there, twisting the gas pump nozzle into my tank. The whole place smelled of gasoline and dust, the air heavy with the faint metallic tang that always clung to these lonely roadside stops. Night had fallen hard, the kind of dark that swallowed sound and swallowed light, too, except for the flickering fluorescent bulbs overhead, buzzing faintly as if they too were holding their breath. I'd spent nearly a week driving past that remote gas station, each night stopping for the same reason, each time feeling the same cold wash over me when the attendant's eyes locked on mine. No words. No blinks. Just that relentless, empty stare that seemed to dissolve any space between us. I told myself it was some kind of odd ritual, something they did out of habit, but the truth was that they were watching me, not just watching, but memorizing. Every crease on my jacket, every scar on my hand, the way my breath fogged in the icy air. I could feel it pressing against my skin, the weight of their gaze like a physical thing. I hated it. On my last night there, I decided I couldn't put it off anymore. I needed answers. I walked into the dimly lit convenience store, the bell above the door jingling sharply in the silence. The attendants were in their usual spots, standing perfectly still behind the counter, their eyes locked on me again. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and cleaning spray filling my mouth. Then, I said it. Why are you watching me? The words felt strange coming out, clumsy and almost too loud in the quiet. For a long moment, none of them moved. No blinks. No shifts in posture. Just that cold, blank stare. I could almost feel the silence pressing in from all sides, suffocating and complete. Then one of them, an older man with a faint scar running down his cheek, stepped forward. His lips moved slowly, deliberately. You know what you did. I blinked, my throat tightening. I don't understand. You passed through here last month, he said. You stopped for gas, then left without paying. It wasn't true. I was sure of it. I remembered every detail of that trip, how carefully I'd counted my change, how I made sure the credit card went through. "I paid," I said. The man didn't answer. Instead, another attendant moved closer, their eyes still unblinking. "We remember everything. We remember faces, names, actions. We remember those who forget." A cold sweat broke out across my back. The room felt smaller now, walls closing in like a trap. "I don't know what you mean." Their silence was a weight, a pressure that made my ears ring. Then the oldest attendant spoke again, voice low and steady. "This is how we keep the place safe. We don't speak much, but we watch. We remember. If someone tries to slip through, to hurt what this station protects, we make sure they don't get away." I laughed, but it came out brittle and dry. "You're saying you're some kind of guardians?" "Call it what you want," the man said. "But people like you, people who think they can just move through the world without consequences, they need to be reminded." There was no menace in his tone, just a chilling certainty. I could almost believe they meant what they said, like they'd taken on some self-appointed duty to police the lonely stretch of highway. The idea was absurd, but somehow, the conviction behind it made the whole place feel even colder. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to stay calm. "Look, if I did something wrong, I'm sorry. I don't want any trouble." The words felt hollow, but I needed to break whatever spell had settled over the room. "I just want to move on." The attendants seemed to consider that. The tension in the air shifted, becoming less suffocating but no less heavy. Then the older man nodded slowly. "Maybe that's enough." He stepped back, and the other attendants followed. The silence stretched out again, but it felt less like a trap this time. I grabbed my coffee from the counter and headed for the door, the bell jangling behind me. Outside, the cold night air hit my face like a slap. The gas station lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. I looked back once, and the attendants stood there, motionless, watching. But something in their gaze had changed. It wasn't just empty observation anymore. It was a warning. A reminder. I slipped into my car, the engines hummed loud in the quiet. As I pulled away, the gas station disappeared in my rearview mirror, swallowed by the night. Driving down the empty highway, I realized I hadn't just been watched, I'd been marked. Not in a physical way, but in a way that lingered, like a weight pressing on the back of my neck. The attendants weren't monsters, not really. They were broken in their own way, trapped by whatever rules they'd set for themselves in that forgotten place. I could feel their purpose, cold and unyielding, like the winter wind scraping at the edges of my mind. The experience left me shaken, but also strangely clear. I'd been running from something, maybe even from myself. The gas station was a mirror, reflecting the parts of me I didn't want to see, the careless mistakes, the moments I tried to slip through unnoticed. And they held me accountable in the only way they knew how, by watching, by never blinking. The road ahead was long, and I wasn't sure where it would take me. But I knew one thing for certain, I couldn't keep pretending the past wasn't there, waiting to catch up. That night, I learned that silence could speak volumes, and that sometimes, the coldest stare is the one that forces you to face the truth. I let the highway stretch out in front of me, the dark folding into the horizon. The gas station was gone now, but the memory of those unblinking eyes stayed with me, a quiet warning etched into the edges of my mind. Maybe that was what I needed, to be seen, truly seen, even if it came wrapped in discomfort and fear. I drove on, the engine steady beneath me, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like I was moving forward. Story 2, Silent Watchers, the gas station's unblinking eyes. The night was always the same when I pulled off the highway, tired and wanting nothing more than a quick break before the last stretch of road home. I'd been on that stretch of road 100 times, sometimes more. The gas station sat like a forgotten outpost in the dark, its windows grimy with layers of dust and the faintest film of something sticky I couldn't place. The pumps looked worn, like they'd been there since the 70s. The place wasn't much to look at, but it was the attendants that made my skin crawl every single night. 3 of them, standing behind the counter inside, silent. Not a single word exchanged with me or any other customers, just watching. Always watching. Their eyes didn't blink as much as a person should. I remember the first time I noticed it, a late October night, wind whipping dry leaves along the cracked pavement. I smiled, said, "Hi," and got nothing back. Just those dark eyes. I shrugged it off then, thinking maybe they were just shy or exhausted from long shifts. But the next night, and the next, the silence grew heavier. Like the quiet before a storm, except no storm ever came. Their gaze followed me as I moved around the cramped little store, touching the cold metal of the candy rack or staring at the scratched lottery tickets stuck to the counter. It wasn't rude or hostile, not exactly. It was expectant. One night, I brought a bag of chips and a soda. The attendant, tall man, thin face, hair slicked back so it looked like he never bothered to comb it, his eyes locked on me as I fumbled with my wallet. I caught myself wondering what they were waiting for, or maybe who. I figured I was imagining it. But then, as I stepped outside again, I thought I heard a faint shuffle behind me, like someone was following. I glanced back. Nothing. Just the empty road and the distant glow of a farmhouse far off. I shook my head. I was probably just tired. The gas pumps groaned as I topped off my tank. The night air was dry, carried a faint chill that made my collar itch. Somewhere, a dog barked long and low, and then silence. The sky stretched wide and black, sprinkled with stars that seemed indifferent to whatever was going on below. I glanced back toward the station windows. The attendants were still there, silhouettes framed by the harsh white light inside. I swore one of them tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. I got back in the car, the engine whining softly as I started it, then idling. I watched the gas station in the rearview mirror, the neon sign flickering in bursts, the buzzing light above the door sputtering like it might go out any second. I'd never told anyone about this place. It felt silly, almost paranoid. Maybe I was just tired, or the road was getting to me. But something was off. Something was wrong. The following night, I stopped again. Same routine, same silence. But this time, I noticed a detail I'd missed. The old man behind the counter wore a name tag Eli, though he never moved his mouth. His eyes, sharp and unblinking, followed me as I reached for a pack of gum. "Got any mints?" I asked, trying to break the silence. Nothing. I tried again. "No." "Okay." He nodded once, almost imperceptibly, but didn't speak. I felt a sudden tightness in my chest, like the air had thickened. The fluorescent lights hummed louder, and I became aware of the dust motes dancing in the stale air. The faint smell of motor oil mixed now with something else, something metallic, cold. Outside, a car passed on the highway, headlights briefly illuminating the cracked asphalt. The sound was distant but sharp, breaking the oppressive quiet. I turned back to the counter. Eli's gaze hadn't wavered. On impulse, I asked, "Who's the other one?" nodding toward a woman standing a few feet away, hands folded neatly in front of her, eyes fixed on the floor. Still, no answer. Just that same unblinking stare. I paid and left, heart beating a little faster than it should. Over the next few nights, the pattern repeated. I'd pull in, fill the tank, buy the same snacks, and exchange the same empty greetings. The attendants never spoke, but their eyes grew heavier, almost like they were waiting for someone. One evening, I arrived just as a late summer storm had begun to roll in. Thunder grumbled far off, and the first fat drops of rain splattered the pavement. I watched as the attendants moved behind the counter, glancing toward the door as if expecting a visitor. The woman, her name tag read Mara, pressed her lips together, the muscles in her jaw twitching slightly. I stood frozen, the rain soaking through my jacket, the smell of wet asphalt filling the air. I wanted to ask what they were waiting for, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I said, "Looks like a bad one coming." No response. Then, just as the wind picked up, I caught a glimpse through the window, beyond the pumps, near the edge of the lot, a figure standing still. Too far to see clearly, but definitely there. I blinked, and it was gone. My hands trembled as I slid into the driver's seat. The rain pounded the roof in sharp, uneven bursts. The gas station's neon sign sputtered and died, leaving the building bathed in a dull, flickering light from inside. The attendants remained motionless behind the counter, their silence now a heavy presence pressing in around me. I started the car, the engine roaring to life. Before I pulled away, I glanced one last time at the station. That's when I realized the attendants weren't just watching me. They were waiting for something or someone that never left. I didn't sleep much that night. By morning, the dull ache behind my eyes was more than fatigue. It was the weight of uncertainty. I found myself staring at the rearview mirror more than the road, half expecting to catch something lurking behind me. The sun was weak, filtered through thick clouds, and the world outside seemed washed out, like a photo left too long in the rain. I needed to go back. Driving back felt like sinking deeper into quicksand, but I told myself I wasn't imagining things. There had to be a reason for those silent stares, for the figure that vanished before I could get a proper look. Maybe I was chasing ghosts, but if so, they were the kind that could still reach out and touch you. The station looked different in daylight, less menacing, but somehow more unsettling. The cracks in the concrete were sharper, the paint peeling in jagged flakes, the windows smudged with grime. I parked a few feet from the pumps, careful not to block any paths. I wanted to be casual about it, but my hands still trembled as I grabbed my notebook from the glove compartment. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with the faint scent of old coffee and something else, something metallic, like rust or dried blood. I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination running wild. The two attendants were there, of course, standing behind the counter like statues carved from stone. Their eyes locked onto mine the moment I stepped in. No words, no gestures. Just that same oppressive silence. I forced myself to speak. "Morning," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the empty room. No response. "Do you work here all the time?" Still nothing. I swallowed. "I was here last night. I saw someone out back." "Did you see them too?" One of the attendants shifted slightly, just enough for me to notice. It was subtle, but enough to confirm they weren't blind or deaf. The other attendant blinked once, slowly. Their eyes were dark, too dark to read. The kind of eyes that make you feel like you're the one being examined under a microscope. I cleared my throat. "Is something wrong? Are you waiting for someone?" They didn't answer, but the longer I stayed, the heavier the silence grew. It wasn't just absence of sound, it was like the air itself was thickening, pressing against my skin, squeezing around my chest. I didn't know if it was fear or frustration, but I couldn't stay. I left the notebook on the corner of the counter, scribbled with questions. "Who are you waiting for? Why don't you speak? What happened here?" Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the neon sign that buzzed back to life with a shaky flicker. The rain had started again, soft at first, then harder, like someone tapping impatiently on the roof. I stood by my car, watching the station from a distance. The figure was back. Not far from the edge of the lot, just beyond the pumps, still, silent, and unmistakably watching. This time, I could see more. A man, mid-30s, hunched over, wearing a soaked jacket and jeans. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but his posture spoke of waiting for a long time. Or maybe waiting for something that would never come. I wanted to call out. To ask if he was okay, or if he needed help. But the words stuck again. I couldn't move. Something in the way he stood, the way the attendants watched him through the window, made me freeze like a deer caught in headlights. Finally, the figure turned and disappeared into the shadows behind the station. I waited for a moment, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst through my ribs. The rain blurred the edges of the world, and the neon sign flickered one last time before going dark again. I realized then that whatever was going on at that gas station wasn't just some random oddity. It was a story I was now part of, whether I liked it or not. The next day, I found myself back in the nearby town, poking around the local diner. I figured someone there might know something. A place like this, remote and half-forgotten, always has its stories. People who don't talk much, but who watch everything with sharp eyes. The waitress was a thin woman with tired eyes and a cigarette-stained voice. She didn't smile when I asked about the gas station. You mean the place on Pine Ridge? Folks don't stop there much anymore, she said, wiping a sticky table with a rag that looked as worn as the floor. Place has a reputation. Strange things happen there. People go in and don't come out the same. I leaned forward. What kind of strange things? She glanced around like she expected someone to be listening. People disappearing. Late at night. Sometimes they show up again, different. Like they've been changed. Her voice dropped. Others, well, they never come back at all. I tried to keep my face calm, but my fingers drummed nervously against the table. Do you think the attendants are involved? She shrugged. I don't know if they're involved or just scared. Nobody talks to them. They don't talk back. Just stare. Her words settled over me like a thick fog. I wanted to ask more, but the diner's bell jingled loudly as a man stepped inside, shaking off rain like a wet dog. The waitress nodded toward him. That's Tom. If anyone knows about Pine Ridge, it's him. Tom was older, with a face that looked carved from years of hard living and harder decisions. He carried himself like someone who had seen things no one else had, and wasn't eager to talk about them. I caught his eye and offered a cautious smile. I'm trying to understand what's going on at that gas station. Maybe you can help. He didn't answer right away. Just stared at me, long and steady, as if weighing whether I was worth the trouble. Finally, he said, You're poking a hornet's nest, friend. Best to leave it alone. But I couldn't. Not now. Because something had started, and I was already tangled in it. That night, I drove back again. The rain had stopped, and the air was damp and cold, smelling like wet earth and distant fire. The neon sign buzzed weakly, casting a sickly glow over the cracked pavement. The attendants were in their usual spots, watching. And the figure was there too, standing just beyond the pumps. This time, I kept my eyes on him longer. No movement. No blinking. Just waiting. I realized I was waiting too. Waiting for something to explain the silence, the stares, the endless waiting for someone who never left. And as I sat in my car, the engine ticking as it cooled, I understood. Whatever was coming, it was only just beginning. The night thickened, pressing down like a weight against my chest as I sat in the car, the engine cooling with a soft, uneven tick. The attendants, those silent watchers, still held their posts. Their eyes, glassy and unblinking, were fixed on something beyond the gas pumps, beyond even the lonely figure that stood motionless just beyond the flicker of the street lamp. I followed their gaze, but it led nowhere. No headlights. No approaching car. No footsteps. Just empty black. I tried to steady my breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. But the silence was a presence, thick and palpable, like it might fill the car, squeeze the air from my lungs. The rain had stopped, but the smell of wet earth was heavy, mingled with the faint, acrid tang of burnt rubber and something else, stale, metallic, like old blood or rusted iron. I couldn't place it. I didn't want to. I started the engine again, the rattle of the old V6 breaking the silence, but the attendants didn't flinch. They didn't acknowledge me. They just watched. Watched. It was then I noticed the shadows shifting. Not from the trees or the flickering light. Something else. Movement behind the building. Slow, deliberate. I squinted but saw nothing concrete. Only a flash of a pale sleeve, then nothing. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I remembered the man who'd warned me, the one who said I was poking a hornet's nest. Best to leave it alone, he'd said, eyes dark and unreadable. But I couldn't. Not anymore. I was already too deep in the quiet, in the waiting. I stepped out of the car on a sudden impulse. The cold air hit me like a slap, and the wet pavement soaked through my shoes almost instantly. The neon sign above hummed, casting a sick glow that made the shadows dance grotesquely around the pumps. The attendants didn't move. Didn't even blink. I walked toward the building, the rough plaster wall cool under my palm. The door was unlocked, creaking slightly when I pushed it open. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in a slow, maddening rhythm. The smell here was worse: oil, dust, and something like decay. I swallowed hard. The counter was empty. No register, no snacks, no magazines, just a dusty ledger lying open, yellowed pages fluttering slightly in the stale air. I bent over it, squinting at the faded ink. Names. Dates. Times. A list of arrivals and departures, but all the departures stopped about 6 months ago. After that, only arrivals. And the names, some familiar, others strange, none matched any license plates I'd seen. One entry caught my eye, the waiter, scrawled in shaky handwriting. No date, just a time, 11:47 p.m. Exactly the time I'd been stopping here. I heard the door behind me click shut, slow and deliberate. I spun around, heart hammering, but the room was empty. Still. Silent. Then I felt it, the gaze. That cold, unyielding stare through the glass. I looked back out the window. The attendants stood in their usual places, eyes locked on the figure beyond the pumps. But now, the figure had moved closer, stepping into the harsh glow of the neon light. A man. Middle-aged, ragged clothes, face obscured by shadow. He didn't speak. Didn't blink. Just waited. My throat tightened. I realized then that the attendants weren't just watching him, they were waiting for him. For that man. The one who never left. But why? And why was I drawn here, night after night, like a moth to a flame that promised nothing but cold? I wanted to leave. I did. Every instinct screamed to start the engine, drive away, pretend none of this had ever happened. But I was rooted to the spot, caught in a web of silence and expectation that I couldn't escape. The attendant behind the counter moved then, slowly stepping into the dim light. For the first time, his lips parted not to speak, but to smile. A thin, cracked smile that didn't reach his eyes. He pointed toward the back room, then to me. No words. Just a gesture. Curiosity pulled me forward, despite every warning. The door to the back creaked open, revealing a narrow corridor lit by a single bare bulb. The air was colder here, damp and thick. I stepped inside. Behind me, the door clicked shut. And somewhere deep in the shadows, the faintest sound of breathing, not mine. I was no longer the visitor. I was part of it. The corridor stretched before me, the faint light flickering as if struggling against the darkness pressing in on all sides. My footsteps echoed softly, each one swallowed almost immediately by the stillness. I tried to steady my breathing, to silence the growing knot of panic twisting in my gut. The sound of the breathing was closer now, but not steady. It was uneven, shallow, like someone holding back a secret or a sob. I reached a fork where the walls converged, the bulb above flickering violently before plunging the hall into near total darkness. My heart slammed against my ribs. I fumbled for the door at the left, fingers grazing the cool metal handle just as a whisper brushed past my ear, a voice so faint I couldn't catch the words, but it chilled me to the bone. "Don't trust the light," it breathed. My hand froze. The room beyond the door was pitch black, but I forced myself inside. The door thudded shut behind me, sealing me in black silence. The air was thicker here, carrying a scent of old paper and something metallic like iron or blood. My eyes strained, adjusting to the dark, when suddenly a shape coalesced ahead, a figure hunched in the corner. It shifted, and the faint glow of red eyes caught mine. I wanted to run, to scream, but my limbs refused to obey. The figure smiled again, thin and cracked, the same chilling smile from the man at the front. "Welcome," it said softly. "You're finally home." The darkness pressed against my skin like thick velvet, heavy and suffocating. "Welcome," the figure whispered again, voice cracked like old paint. "You're finally home." I wanted to argue, to scream that I didn't belong here, but my throat was dry and tight. My hands trembled against the wall, fingers brushing rough plaster that felt damp, almost sticky. I swallowed hard. The room smelled like a forgotten cellar, stale and sharp at once. I tried to push past the terror that gripped me, focusing on the faint hum of a leaking pipe somewhere nearby. The silence was absolute, except for that constant, low, irritating, "Who are you?" I managed, voice hoarse, breaking the thick quiet. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it shifted slightly, the red eyes narrowing. The smile stretched wider, thin and cruel. I caught a glimpse of yellow teeth. My stomach twisted. Something wasn't right, never right. I took a hesitant step forward, and the floor creaked beneath my foot, loud in the stillness. The figure's eyes flicked up, tracking me. I stopped. The room was smaller than I thought, walls closing in with every heartbeat. "Why are you here?" I asked again, voice steadier this time. "What do you want?" No reply. Only that smile, like a cracked mirror reflecting something broken. A sudden rush of air brushed my neck, cold and sharp, making goosebumps prickle across my arms. I spun around, heart thudding so loud I was sure it would burst through my ribs. Nothing. Just a black void. Then a whisper, so faint I almost didn't catch it, "Don't trust the light." I blinked, confusion twisting in my chest. Was that the same voice from the hallway? The one that sent chills sliding down my spine? I swallowed again, tasting the bitter metallic tang as my fingers grazed the door handle. It gave slightly under my touch, cold and unyielding. "Why?" I asked the darkness, voice cracking. The figure rose slowly, a shadow peeling itself off the wall. Its movements were deliberate, almost hypnotic. The red eyes locked onto mine as it stepped forward, each movement measured, silent. My back hit the wall. No room left to retreat. "Because it blinds you," it said softly, voice dripping with something I couldn't name. "It hides what waits beneath." I swallowed hard. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the door wouldn't budge. I wasn't sure if I wanted it to. A sudden, sharp scrape echoed somewhere in the distance, metal on concrete. The figure's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, eyes flicking toward the sound. I followed its gaze, heart hammering. Behind it, the faint outline of another shape appeared, darker, more solid. My breath caught. "Who's there?" I called out, voice trembling. "Show yourself." No answer. Only that unsettling silence, thick and heavy as the air, cold and heavy with silence shifted, smelling now of something fouler, like rot beneath the earth. The second figure stepped forward, revealing itself in the dim, red glow. It wore the same expressionless mask of silence as the attendants at the gas station, the ones who never spoke but always watched. Their eyes were empty, yet somehow filled with a terrible knowledge. I swallowed again, the bitter taste burning at the back of my throat. The attendants. They were here. Watching. Waiting. The first figure's smile twisted into something colder, more calculating. It took another step closer, narrowing the space between us. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears, loud and relentless. The cold seeped deeper into my bones. "Home," it repeated, voice low and deliberate. "You belong here now." "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "I don't." A laugh, soft, cruel, escaped from the second figure. No warmth in it. Only menace. "You have no choice," it said, voice like gravel sliding down a hill. "You've been coming here every night, drawn like a moth to the flame. But the flame's a lie. The light blinds you, hides the truth. And the truth doesn't leave." My hands clenched into fists, nails pressing into the palms, grounding me. I wasn't going to give in. Not yet. Not here. "Why do you watch me?" I demanded. "What are you waiting for?" The figures exchanged a glance, brief but electric. Then, almost in unison, they stepped back, fading slightly into the shadows. The room seemed to breathe, the air thickening, colder still. "Because," the first figure whispered, voice barely audible, "you're not alone. And you never will be." The door behind me creaked suddenly, the lock clicking. Light spilled in from the hallway, fragile, flickering, unreliable. My heart leapt. I moved toward it, desperate, hands shaking as I gripped the handle. But just before I could pull it open, a hand, cold and heavy, closed over my wrist. The touch was ice. Paralyzing. "Don't trust the light," the first figure said again, voice low and urgent. 1,000 questions screamed in my mind, but the room was closing in, shadows crawling up the walls. The attendant's silence wasn't empty. It was waiting. Watching. Hunting. I knew then the gas station wasn't just a stop on a lonely road. It was a trap. And I was caught inside its dark orbit. The light flickered once more, then went out. Complete darkness. The cold grip tightened, dragging me backward into the abyss beyond the broken glass door. My heart pounded like a drum in the silence, every breath shallow, every step echoing in the dark. The first figure's hand was ice, but steady, like an anchor in the chaos. "Stay close." "They don't like noise," the voice whispered again, barely more than a breath. I blinked, trying to make sense of the shapes around me. The air was thick with the scent of gasoline and something metallic, coppery, like blood. Ahead, a faint glimmer revealed the outline of a third figure crouched against the wall, a slim woman with eyes that caught what little light remained, reflecting it like shards of glass. "Is she one of you?" I asked, voice trembling. "She's the reason we're still breathing," the first figure replied, releasing my wrist just enough to let me steady myself. "Mara. She knows their patterns." Mara shifted, pulling a small, makeshift device from her pocket, a handheld scanner, its screen flickering weakly. "They move in cycles," she said, voice sharp but low, eyes darting toward the shadows. "When the light dies, they hunt blind, but the darkness isn't safe either." They read the smallest sound, the tiniest flicker. The second figure stepped forward then, tall and broad-shouldered, his face half hidden beneath a hood. His voice rumbled softly, "We've only got minutes before the backup generators kick in. When the lights come back, they'll be ready." I swallowed, the weight of the situation pressing down like the darkness itself. "And if we fail?" The silence answered like an item. Mara's fingers danced over the scanner's buttons, illuminating a faint map of the station's interior. "No second chances." The three of us moved as one, swallowed by the blackness, hunted by unseen eyes. The trap had snapped shut around me, and now, the only way out was through the shadows. The faint hum of the generators filled the night air like a low pulse, growing louder by the second. Mara's handheld scanner blinked erratically, a stuttering glow in the blackness, while the two figures flanking me tightened their stances, eyes flicking toward the encroaching shadows beyond the gas pumps. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic aftertaste again, bitter and coppery, like rust or dried blood lingering on the back of my tongue. "They'll be ready," the tall one said again, voice low, almost a rumble in the quiet. "When the lights come back, we're the hunted." I nodded, though my throat was dry, my hands trembling as I pressed my palms against the rough concrete wall behind us. The cold seeped through my shirt, an unwelcome reminder of how exposed I was out here, not just physically, but in every way. Mara's eyes never stopped scanning the darkness. "We've got less than 30 seconds, she said, voice sharp but steady. "After that, it's all a waiting game." The silence stretched taut. I could hear the soft clatter of a distant dog barking, the occasional rustle of wind stirring dry leaves along the cracked asphalt. The flickering neon sign above the station sputtered back to life, casting sickly green light over the peeling paint and stained windows. For a moment, everything seemed normal, almost mundane. But then, from the shadows, I caught the glint of movement, something slight, deliberate. "They're coming," Mara whispered. I froze, every nerve screaming, but the figures beside me shifted, a quiet warning. "Don't make a sound," the tall one said. "Not until we know what we're dealing with." The next few minutes passed in a blur of tension so thick I could taste it. The attendants inside the gas station remained silent, their eyes fixed on the approaching shapes from beyond the pumps. Their faces, pale and hollow, didn't look like human faces anymore, more like masks carved from desperation and exhaustion. But it wasn't them we feared. It was what they were waiting for. The figures emerged from the darkness in slow, methodical waves, moving with a strange, unsettling rhythm, not quite people, but not animals either. I caught snippets of whispered commands, breathy and urgent, but never loud enough to pierce the stillness. I tried to focus, to understand what kind of threat could make these attendants mute and watchful night after night. Suddenly, Mara's device beeped sharply, cutting through the quiet like a warning bell. "They're changing patterns," she said, eyes wide. "Not hunting blind anymore. They've adapted." The tall one stepped forward, shielding me instinctively. "We need to move," he said, voice tense. "Now!" I stumbled after them, heart hammering, as they led me through the back door of the gas station and into a narrow alley. The stale smell of oil and rotting garbage filled my nostrils, mingling with the faint scent of rain on concrete. The sounds behind us grew louder, footsteps, murmurs, the scrape of something heavy against the pavement. We ducked into a shadowed corner, breath shallow and quick. Mara crouched beside me, her fingers brushing against my arm, grounding me. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "You shouldn't have seen this." I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but the weight of fear pressed down too heavily. Instead, I nodded, letting the silence stretch between us. The night dragged on. We didn't move again until the first pale light of dawn seeped into the sky, washing the world in muted grays and blues. The threat didn't disappear with the dark, it simply retreated, waiting for the next cycle. When the sun finally broke through the clouds, I found myself sitting alone on the cracked curb outside the gas station. The attendants were inside, their faces blank, eyes still watching but no longer urgent. The strange figures had vanished like smoke. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster wall, feeling the grit beneath my skin, the evidence of nights spent here, watching, waiting. The fear hadn't left me, not entirely. But neither had the strange sense of relief that came with daylight. I thought about the people I'd met, the silent attendants, Mara, the tall man, and wondered how many others were caught in this endless pattern of watching and hiding. What stories they carried behind those mute stares. I realized then that the gas station wasn't just a place to stop for fuel. It was a crossroads of fear and survival, a thin line between what we knew and what we could never fully understand. As I walked away, the morning air crisp and sharp in my lungs, I knew I'd never be the same. The silence of those nights had seeped into me, a shadow I couldn't shake. But maybe that was okay. Maybe some things were meant to change us quietly, deeply, without words. And as I glanced back one last time at the flickering sign, I understood the truth I'd been avoiding. Some watches never end, and some watchers never leave. Story 3, Distorted Route 47, Descent Through Shifting Realities. The bus was late again. I leaned against the chipped plaster of the bus stop shelter, the rough texture scraping my forearm. Across the street, the bakery was just opening. The window steamed up from the ovens inside, casting a golden glow onto the damp sidewalk. I could almost taste the faint sweetness of fresh bread, even though I hadn't had breakfast. My stomach grumbled, but I didn't reach for my pocket. I never brought snacks on the bus, not anymore. The route number blinked on the electronic sign overhead, 47. Same as always. I glanced down at the folded newspaper in my hands. The headline was Dull Local Council Debates, a report about potholes, the usual city noise. I didn't read it. Not today. Instead, I watched the street. The bus arrived, sliding to a stop with a hiss of hydraulics. Doors folded open, and a few people shuffled out before the driver looked up, nodded at me, and gestured inside. I stepped on, the familiar rubber floor feeling cool beneath my shoes. The driver was the same man I'd seen every morning for the past 2 months, a middle-aged guy with a tired smile and a coffee stain on his jacket. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror as I found my usual seat by the window. Outside, the city rolled by in muted tones, the shaky shadows of early morning, the occasional flicker of neon signs still struggling to shut off. People crossed the street in hurried clusters, their breaths puffing clouds in the cold air. Somewhere behind me, the faint clatter of a newspaper being folded. The bus hummed softly, a low mechanical drone that felt like a heartbeat. And then, something was off. I noticed it first in the way the buildings shifted just a little, like they were breathing. The coffee shop that should have been on the next corner was missing. Instead, there was a narrow alleyway I didn't recognize, its walls slick with grime and streaked with graffiti that looked fresher than anything I'd ever seen downtown. I blinked, and the alley was gone. The coffee shop was back, steaming windows and all. I told myself it was the light, or maybe I'd been staring too hard. The morning fog could play tricks. But then I caught the passengers' faces. A woman in a red coat, whom I was sure had boarded the bus yesterday, wasn't there today. A man with a briefcase, Someone I'd never seen before sat 2 rows ahead, staring out the window like he was trying to disappear into the glass. The bus rattled over a pile so deep it jolted my spine. The smell changed, too. That faint burnt scent was replaced by something else, metallic, sharp, like blood or rust. I swallowed hard. A dry lump lodged in my throat. "Stop staring," I muttered to myself, but my eyes kept wandering. The route was supposed to be predictable. I'd memorized every stop, every street corner, the way the city unfolded like a familiar map. Except today, the map was folding back on itself. I tapped the window, fogging the glass with my breath. Outside, the landmarks flickered again. A brick building morphed into a glass tower, then back into bricks so quickly I wasn't sure I was seeing it right. The bus slowed, but not at the usual stop. Instead, it pulled over near a cluster of empty storefronts, their signs peeling and unreadable. The driver glanced at me through the mirror, his tired smile replaced by something unreadable. A warning? A question? I couldn't tell. I stood up, heart thudding louder than the engine. "Is this the Maple Street stop?" I asked, voice tighter than I wanted. He shrugged. "You're on the route, aren't you?" I nodded, but my eyes stayed fixed on the windows. The street outside stretched endlessly, the usual crosswalks missing, replaced by cracked pavement and flickering streetlights that buzzed like a swarm of angry bees. The bus doors opened. I stepped out, the chill biting through my coat. The air tasted raw and stale, like it hadn't moved in days. No one else got off. No one was waiting to get on. I looked back at the bus. It idled there, engine humming, lights blinking. The driver met my gaze through the glass. His smile was gone. "Where is this?" I whispered to myself. No reply. Only the city breathing around me, shifting and folding like a living thing I couldn't understand. I turned back toward the street and noticed the faded sticker on the bus stop shelter. The city's transit logo was scratched out, replaced by a hand-drawn item pointing down the alley, the same alley I'd seen through the window. The paint was fresh, the lines uneven but purposeful. I stepped forward, fingers numb, heart still hammering, and then a distant dog barked, sharp, urgent. The sound was too close, too real. I didn't want to follow the item. I wanted to turn around and find the familiar streets, the steady hum of the city I knew. But something told me I couldn't. Not today. Not anymore. The bus's engine revved behind me. It pulled away slowly, swallowing the street, the mist, the strange new world it seemed to carry inside it. I was left standing alone, at the edge of a city that no longer felt like home. A cold wind tugged at my coat as the echoes of that bark faded into the fog. Somewhere deep inside, a restless curiosity stirred, pulling me forward into the unknown. The chill didn't let up as I stood by the bus stop shelter, the freshly painted items still glaring at me, sharp and out of place against the tired, peeling advertisements plastered with age. But the bus, that slow, grinding beast, was gone, swallowed by the mist and the city's shifting streets. And with it, any hint of normalcy slipped further out of reach. I walked back toward the main road, fingers brushing the rough plaster of the shelter. It was damp, gritty, and smelled faintly of old smoke and rain. The streetlights cast a sickly yellow glow, flickering unevenly like something tired of their job. I pulled my coat tighter around me. The city felt wrong. Not just the missing passengers or the warped landmarks, but the way the silence stretched too long between sounds. Like the spaces between heartbeats when you're waiting for something bad to happen. I decided to go home, if that was still a word that meant anything. I needed to piece this together, to make sense of the vanishing people and the strange new markers cropping up like weeds. But the walk back was anything but simple. Turning a corner, I passed a small cafe that was usually bustling even late at night. Tonight, it was dark and locked, the windows opaque with grime. A few feet beyond, the street name sign was scratched nearly clean, only a couple of letters still visible. ING Street. I thought it was odd because I was sure this was supposed to be King Street, the one I passed every day on the bus. I stopped, head cocked, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. A faint tapping sound came from somewhere nearby, steady, rhythmic, like a metronome out of sync with the city's usual noise. I turned toward the alley the item had pointed to, the one I'd glimpsed through the bus window. The alley was darker than the street, shadows pooling thickly between cracked bricks. I thought about the dog's bark again, sharp and close. The thought made my stomach twist. I told myself I wasn't going in there. Not yet. Instead, I pulled out my phone. The screen was cracked, a spider web of fractures, but it still worked. I checked the transit app, hoping for some reassurance, some sign of normal routes or schedules. The map flickered on, but the bus route was different. Not just altered stops, but entire streets missing or replaced by strange new lines that didn't match anything I'd ever seen. I zoomed in. The bus I'd been on last night was shown looping endlessly, a circular route that overlapped itself like a twisted knot. The stop where I stood was marked as inactive but still blinking in red. That didn't make any sense. I put the phone away and looked around again. The streetlights flickered faster now. The tapping noise grew louder, coming from behind a dumpster. My heart jumped. I wanted to run, but my feet stayed rooted. A figure stepped out from the shadows, tall, head down, hands shoved deep in the pockets of a threadbare coat. They didn't speak at first, just stared at me with eyes that seemed too sharp, too cold for a random stranger. Lost? The voice was low, almost a whisper. I swallowed. Maybe. They studied me a moment longer, then nodded toward the alley. You're following the signs, aren't you? The ones nobody put up. I didn't answer. How could I explain that I didn't know, that I was trying to understand what was happening to the city? The transit system, they said, voice barely above the tapping now growing louder in my ears. It's not what you think. It's a network. A trap. Layers upon layers, designed to keep people moving but never letting them leave. I wanted to laugh, but the words stuck in my throat. It sounded insane, but maybe not as insane as what I'd already seen. Why? I finally asked. The figure shrugged, stepping closer so their face was half lit by a flickering street lamp. Control, they said simply. They watch everything. Everyone. And if you try to break the loop, they erase you. Or worse. Who are you? I asked, voice barely steady. They paused, then handed me a small folded piece of paper. The edges were worn, the ink faded but still readable. Meet me at the old depot. Midnight. Before I could respond, they disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the maze of alleys that had taken on a life of their own. I looked down at the paper, my hands trembling despite the cold. The old depot wasn't far, but it was a place I'd avoided for years, a decaying relic of the city's past, rumored to be abandoned and unsafe. Yet, the thought of sitting still, doing nothing, felt worse. I needed answers. I needed to find out who was behind the shifting routes, the missing people, the strange markings. By the time I reached my apartment, the city was nearly silent. Even the usual hum of distant traffic felt muted, as if the entire place was holding its breath. Inside, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, my breath shaky. The paper rested heavy in my palm. Midnight wasn't far away. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not from a distance, but close, so close I could almost feel eyes pressing through the thin walls, following every move, every breath. I tried to settle, to focus on something mundane, the rough texture of the couch fabric, the faint scent of stale coffee lingering in the air, the soft buzz of the refrigerator. But the silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. I checked the windows. The city lights outside flickered like distant stars, but the streets below looked empty, too empty. I pulled the curtain shut and sat by the window, waiting, listening. The tapping started again, faint at first, then louder, more urgent. It was coming from somewhere beneath the building. My pulse quickened. The sound wasn't mechanical. It was deliberate. Someone was trying to communicate. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. I wasn't expecting anyone. I peered through the peephole, empty hallway. No footsteps. No voices. Just silence. The knocking came again, 3 short taps, then a pause, then 2 more. I stepped back, heart hammering, and glanced at the paper again. Meet me at the old depot. Midnight. The clock on the wall ticked past 11. Outside, the city waited, shifting and alive. And I realized there was no going back. The bus's route had pulled me in, wrapped me tight in its endless loop, and now I was part of the system's carefully woven web. I just had to decide if I was brave enough to follow the thread. The clock's hands crawled toward midnight, and the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, felt colder, like the heat had been sucked out in one slow, teasing breath. I paced, the wooden floor creaking underfoot, each sound exaggerated in the quiet. Outside, the city was still. Not just empty, vacant, as if the life had been leached out of it, sucked into some hidden current no one but me had noticed. I had thought the bus's shifting route was strange, maybe a glitch in the system, some bureaucratic mess-up or an overworked dispatcher's error. But I was wrong. It was deliberate. Controlled. And now I was caught in its gears. My phone buzzed once. No caller ID. I didn't answer. Instead, I stared at the screen, the glow harsh against my skin. A text, no turning back. Trust no one. That was it. No signature. No clue. But I knew it was tied to the message on the paper. Whoever was behind this wasn't playing games. They wanted me to come. The old depot. I'd passed it many times on the bus route. It was a hulking, abandoned building just beyond the last stop on the line. Rusted tracks led into it, and the faded letters on its side were barely legible. Central Transit Hub. The place was a ghost, left to rot when the city's transit system got privatized years ago. Or so I thought. Now, it was the only place I could go. I threw on a jacket and slipped out before the clock struck 12. The night air hit me like a wall, damp, smelling of wet concrete and something metallic, maybe the city's own decay. The streets were dead. No cars, no late-night wanderers, just the occasional distant bark of a dog and the soft hum of street lamps flickering overhead. It felt like the world had paused, holding its breath. I walked fast, the soles of my shoes slapping against cracked pavement. My eyes darted to every shadow. Was I being watched? I imagined cameras hidden behind cracked glass, lenses tracking me invisibly. The bus route's strange behavior suddenly made sense. If the transit system was a trap, then this city was a cage. When I reached the depot's iron gates, they were unlocked. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. The gates creaked open with a groan like a warning. Inside, the air was thick, heavy with dust and old oil. The floor was littered with scraps of paper, shattered glass, and rust flakes. The silence pressed against my ears, broken only by the distant drip of water somewhere deep inside. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the cavernous space. No answer, just an echo that bounced back at me, mocking and hollow. I moved deeper, each step stirring up memories of a place long forgotten. The depot's walls were crumbling plaster and graffiti, faded slogans from a time when this was a hub of movement, connection. Now it felt like a tomb. Near the center, a flickering light caught my eye. A single bare bulb dangled from the ceiling, swaying gently, casting strange shadows. Beneath it stood a figure, back to me, hands folded neatly behind. "Are you the one who sent the message?" I asked, voice steadier than I expected. The figure didn't turn immediately. Then, slowly, they did. An older man, sharp eyes framed by tired wrinkles. He wore a plain jacket and a lanyard with an ID badge that read Transit Authority. "You came," he said simply. "Who are you?" "Why me?" I couldn't hide the urgency. He stepped forward, the light revealing a face both weary and intense. "Because you noticed. Because you didn't look away." I swallowed hard. "Noticed what?" He gestured around the depot. "The system isn't what it seems. The bus route, the shifts, the disappearances, they're all part of an operation designed to trap people. To isolate them. To control them." "Control? Why? Who's behind this?" He hesitated. "Not who, but what. The city's transit network has been co-opted by a faction within the government, using surveillance and psychological manipulation. They monitor every passenger, every route, every stop. But it's more than observation. They engineer fear, confusion, isolation. They want to break down any sense of community, trust, even reality itself." I felt my stomach turn. "You're saying this is some kind of social experiment?" "In a way," he said, "but with real consequences. People vanish off the buses, from the stops. Others appear, but they're not who they claim to be. Agents planted to reinforce the illusion, to keep control. The route shifts to disorient, to separate you from any potential allies." I shook my head, trying to process. "But why me? Why draw me in?" "Because you resist. You've questioned the pattern. And that makes you dangerous." A noise echoed from the far end of the depot, a soft tapping, rhythmic, deliberate. I froze. The man's eyes narrowed. "They know you're here." "Who?" I whispered. "The Watchers. They never stop. If you run now, you'll only get lost deeper in the system. If you stay, you might find a way out. But there is no easy escape anymore." The tapping grew louder, echoing off the walls like a countdown. My pulse pounded in my ears. I glanced toward the sound. Shadows moved just beyond the light's reach. "Listen," the man said urgently, "you have to decide. This is the point of no return. Once you step outside, the routes will change again, and you won't find your way back. You're trapped. Trapped." The word hit me harder than anything else. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded, voice barely steady. "I'm in. What do I do?" He handed me a small device, nothing more than a battered pager with a cracked screen. "This will help you navigate. It's connected to a hidden network, bypassing the main system's controls. Follow its signals. Trust no one else." I clutched the device, its weight oddly comforting. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by silence. Then the man spoke, quieter now. "One last thing. You're not alone, but you can't trust the people who seem to be on your side. The system uses them, too. Watch their eyes. Watch their hands." A shiver ran down my spine. I looked at him, searching for reassurance. He gave a faint, grim smile. "Welcome to the real city." Before I could respond, the entrance behind me slammed shut, the echo bouncing through the depot like a closing coffin lid. I spun around, heart in my throat, but the door was locked tight. No way out. My phone buzzed again. A new message lit the screen. The loop tightens. Move fast. Outside, the city breathed, alive and watching. I was already inside its maze, and every step forward meant leaving the old world behind. I pocketed the pager and took a deep breath. There was no turning back now. The door didn't budge. I pressed my palm against the cold metal, the rough texture biting into my skin like a warning. Outside, the city's hum felt distant, muffled, as if someone had turned down the volume on life itself. The pager in my pocket vibrated again, sharp and insistent. The loop tightens. Move fast. I swallowed hard, throat dry, and glanced around the dark depot. Faint light flickered from a cracked overhead fixture. The buzzing was almost rhythmic, like a heartbeat struggling to keep pace. I wasn't sure if it was the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows or my mind playing tricks, but shadows seemed to stretch and warp in the corners, pulling at the edges of reality. The man's words echoed in my head, trust no one. Watch their eyes. Watch their hands. I didn't know whom to trust anymore, maybe not even myself. I crouched and pulled the device from my jacket, fingers trembling slightly as I tried to focus on the screen. The signal was weak, fragmented. A series of numbers and coordinates flickered before resetting. Was this a breadcrumb trail or a trap? I pinched the bridge of my nose and tried to steady my breathing. The air tasted stale, like damp concrete and forgotten memories. A noise. A soft shuffle, barely audible but unmistakable in the silence. My head snapped up. Somewhere beyond the shadows, footsteps shuffled slowly. Not the hurried pace of someone trying to flee, but deliberate, measured. Someone was watching. I edged toward the only exit, a rusty service door marked authorized personnel only. The lock was old, but it held fast. I tested the handle again, then my eyes caught something, scratches along the frame, worn down by repeated use. I wasn't the first to get trapped here, and whoever had come before had left a trace. The footsteps grew closer. Every nerve screamed to run, but the metal floor beneath me was slick, offering little grip. I turned back toward the room center, heart hammering. The pager buzzed again, a frantic vibration that made me jump. Eyes open. They're close. A figure emerged from the gloom, tall, lean, face obscured by a hood. The way he moved was too calm, too controlled, like a predator sizing up prey. I swallowed, mouth dry, and forced myself to speak. Who are you? What do you want? No answer. Just a slow, deliberate step forward. My skin prickled, goosebumps crawling up my arms. The man's eyes caught the dim light, a piercing gray that seemed to flicker with something unreadable. I remembered the warning, watch their eyes. Watch their hands. His right hand twitched, fingers curling and uncurling. A nervous tick or a threat? I couldn't tell. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. My mind raced, searching for leverage, for a way out. The device in my hand suddenly beeped loudly, breaking the tension. The man flinched, eyes darting to the screen. What is that? His voice was low, tearful. I hesitated and then said, it's a tracker. Part of the system. It's how they keep tabs on us. My voice cracked. I'm trying to find the loop's source. He took a step back, hands raised slightly, in surrender or just to show he wasn't a threat. You don't know what you're messing with. The loop isn't just a glitch. It's a cage. And some of us are guards. Guards? I echoed, trying to keep my voice steady. Why would anyone want to trap people on a bus route? Control, he said simply. Isolation is the key. Break people down, make them believe no one's coming for them. The city watches through every camera, every sensor. If you step out of line, if you try to escape, they send someone like me. A cold realization spread in my chest. This wasn't random or accidental. It was deliberate. A human design, a machine of psychological torment. I swallowed again, my hands clammy. Then why tell me any of this? He shrugged. Maybe I'm tired. Or maybe I want you to have a chance. But you need to move fast. They're already onto you. The pager buzzed violently, vibrating against my thigh like a heartbeat gone wild. I glanced down, a new message, barely legible in the dim light. Exit blocked. Route compromised. Blocked. I repeated, panic rising. How do I get out then? He pulled a small key card from his pocket and held it up. There's a secret tunnel beneath the depot. It leads to the maintenance tracks. I can get you in, but once you're there, you're on your own. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to say no. To stay put until I figured out the next step. But the door behind me was still locked tight. The loop was closing, and staying meant being swallowed whole. Okay, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Show me. He nodded and led me to a rusted grate near the back wall. The keycard slid into a slot, and with a metallic click, the grate shifted open, revealing a narrow, dark passage below. A musty smell wafted up, wet earth, oil, and something faintly metallic. I peered down into the darkness. The air was cool, damp, and smelled like forgotten tunnels. I could hear the distant rumble of trains beneath the city, a low vibration that resonated through my bones. The man glanced at me, eyes sharp. Once you're down there, don't stop moving. The system's eyes are everywhere. If they catch you hesitating, they'll lock everything down. I swallowed the lump in my throat and climbed down, fingers scraping against the cold metal ladder. The walls were grimy, layered with years of dust and dirt. My boots echoed on the concrete floor below. The man followed, then closed the grate with a heavy thud. Darkness swallowed me whole. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen was blank. No signal. No help. Just the device in my hand, buzzing with static and cryptic coordinates. I forced myself to focus, following the faint glow of exit signs overhead. The tunnel twisted and turned, a labyrinth beneath the city's surface. The air grew colder, dampness seeping through the cracks in the walls. Every sound echoed, my breath, my footsteps, the distant dripping of water. The silence was heavier here, oppressive. Suddenly, a faint voice whispered from somewhere ahead, so soft I thought I imagined it. Don't trust the eyes. My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun, straining to see through the shadows, but nothing moved. The voice repeated, a little louder this time, but still a murmur. Don't trust the eyes. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping panic. Was it another trap? Or a warning from someone else caught in the maze? The line between reality and paranoia blurred. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure, no, two slipping between the shadows ahead. I told myself, one last time. One last ride on that bus. If it didn't break the loop, I have to find a way out on my own, or give in. I wasn't sure which option terrified me more. The early morning air was sharp, biting at my cheeks as I stood waiting on the cracked sidewalk, the smell of wet asphalt still strong from the night's rain. The city was quiet, almost preternaturally so, as if it was holding its breath. Only the distant hum of a generator and the occasional metallic clang from somewhere underground punctuated the silence. I remembered the first time I noticed it, the subtle shift in the route, the passengers who blinked out of existence like bad reception on a phone call. I thought I was losing it, until the bus driver gave me a look, something like recognition, or maybe warning. The bus itself had become a machine not just for transport but for isolation, a vessel where reality bent and frayed until I wasn't sure if I was the prisoner or the prisoner's mind. That morning, the bus arrived as usual, its headlights cutting through the mist. I climbed aboard, the worn leather of the seats creaking under my weight. The driver nodded, a tight, thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. I sat near the back, where the shadows seemed to linger longest, and watched as familiar faces appeared and vanished. The old man with the newspaper, the woman with the oversized scarf, the teenager who tapped rhythmically on her phone. All there, then gone, replaced by strangers I didn't recognize. The route started normally, familiar streets, the same graffiti-tagged walls, the same dull gray sky. But then the bus took a turn I hadn't seen before, down a narrow street that looked like it had been erased from city maps. The buildings here were older, their brickwork crumbling, windows boarded up or stained with grime. The smell changed to damp and musty, mixed with something faintly metallic, like rusted pipes leaking somewhere beneath the ground. I wanted to ask the driver where we were going, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I watched the passengers. One by one, they began to disappear, standing up mid-ride and vanishing into thin air as the bus lurched forward. No one else seemed to notice. No one reacted. I blinked hard, convinced I'd imagined it, but the empty seats remained empty. By the time we reached the end of that shadowed street, only I and the driver remained. The bus slowed, then stopped. Outside the windows, the city was gone. Instead, there was a vast, empty expanse of cracked concrete, broken streetlights casting long, sickly shadows. The silence was complete. Why am I here? I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The driver's smile widened, but his eyes stayed cold. You're not anywhere, really. Just a place between places. A waiting room for those who don't move forward. I swallowed, the taste of bile rising in my throat. I want off. You can't leave until you understand, he said, voice low and steady, like a teacher repeating a lesson to a stubborn student. I looked out the window again, searching for any sign of the city I knew. Nothing but the cracked concrete and the flickering street lamp. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass. The weight of all those lost days, the erased faces, the unspoken fears, it crushed me. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing, trying to find a foothold in this shifting nightmare. When I opened them, the bus was moving again. The city reassembled itself piece by piece, buildings snapping back into place, the familiar hum of life creeping into the air. The passengers returned, one by one, as if nothing had happened. But something inside me had changed. I caught the driver's eye in the mirror. What do you want from me? I asked. He shrugged, a gesture so human it was almost pathetic. To see if you'll fight, or if you'll surrender. To watch how isolation shapes you. I felt the heat rise to my face. You mean, you're watching me? Like an experiment? Not exactly. His voice was quieter now, almost tired. More like a mirror. But the reflection isn't always clear. The bus slowed again, pulling up to a stop I recognized, the last one before my apartment. I stood, feeling my legs tremble beneath me. The driver reached out, his hand resting lightly on the metal pole beside the door. You can get off here. Or you can stay and ride. The choice is yours. I hesitated. The bus had become a prison, but also a strange kind of sanctuary. Outside, the The city was unpredictable. People I knew but didn't trust, places that felt alien. Inside, I was alone but safe. Maybe. I stepped off the bus, the door closing behind me with a soft hiss. The air smelled like rain and old leaves. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me. I turned back to see the bus pulling away, disappearing into the night. For the first time in weeks, I walked home without looking over my shoulder. The city was still there, messy and flawed and real. The loop had broken, or maybe I'd broken it myself by refusing to be a passive passenger. At my apartment, I leaned against the doorframe, feeling the rough wood beneath my fingertips. The silence inside was different from the bus, less oppressive, more honest. I realized I'd been holding my breath for days. My chest loosened, the tension ebbing away. I poured myself a glass of water, noticing the coolness slide down my throat, the faint taste of chlorine. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, a human sound that grounded me. Sitting by the window, I watched the city carry on, flawed, imperfect, unknowable. And somehow, that was enough. No more loops, no more shifting routes. Just the messy, unpredictable reality of life, with all its discomforts and surprises. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but I was ready to face it. Not as a passenger trapped in a ghost bus, but as someone who could choose where to go. The city was watching, yes. But now, I was watching back. Story 4, Paralyzed Presence, When Nightmares Intrude. The first time it happened, I thought I was dreaming. I wanted to scream, but only silence came out. I tried to reach for the lamp on the nightstand, but my arms were useless. The air felt thick, heavy, and cold enough to make the back of my neck crawl. Then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. A breath caught in my throat, my body shuddered, and I collapsed back onto the pillow, gasping for air like I'd been underwater too long. The morning light was cruel. It revealed nothing unusual, no sign of anyone in the room. No footprints. No disturbances on the floor. Just the ordinary clutter of my bedroom, a pile of books on the dresser, the faint scent of coffee from the kitchen downstairs, and the dull hum of the radiator. I told myself it was just sleep paralysis. Everyone gets it, right? Some nights, your brain wakes up before your body, and you're stuck in that strange in-between state. I'd read about it once in a magazine, probably while half asleep. But then, why had it felt so real? Why had I seen that figure so clearly, like a person breathing, waiting? I didn't say a word about it to anyone. Not to my sister, who lived a few blocks away and called every morning to check in. Not to my coworkers, who would have probably laughed it off or told me to get more sleep, which I was trying to do, honestly. I wasn't sure I wanted to sound crazy. Besides, who would believe me? The days after were quiet. Routine, predictable. I walked the same route to the coffee shop every morning, nodding to the barista who already knew my order by heart: black coffee, no sugar. The smell of espresso beans, bitter and warm, was somehow comforting. At work, I buried myself in spreadsheets and emails, the clatter of keyboards and murmur of voices a welcome distraction. My apartment was small, nothing fancy, but it felt like home, a faded blue couch, a raggedy rug that had seen better days, and a window that looked out onto a narrow alley where stray cats sometimes lounged. But then the second night came, and with it, the paralysis again. This time, the figure was closer. I swear I could hear the faint scrape of shoes against the floor, the soft rustle of fabric. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I tried to focus on the sound of my own breathing, slow and steady, as if that could anchor me back into my body. Eventually, the spell broke, and I was free, drenched in sweat, heart hammering like a drum in my chest. In the morning, I noticed something strange. A single muddy footprint on the wooden floor by my bedroom door. It was small, too small to be mine, and definitely not my cat's. I checked the window locks, they were secure. The door was bolted from the inside. I looked everywhere for a sign of how it had gotten there, but found nothing. No dirt on the hallway floor, no broken glass, no sign of anyone else having been in the apartment. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd imagined the print, or maybe it was from a delivery person who'd come in with muddy shoes before I woke. But it didn't sit right. The echo of that night's paralysis lingered longer this time, like a shadow stretching across the floor even in daylight. The neighborhood felt different too. People I'd seen every day for years had started disappearing. Mrs. Alvarez from the corner store hadn't been there for 2 days. Her usually chatty grandson told me she'd gone to visit family out of state, but something in his eyes said otherwise. Then there was Mr. Jenkins across the street. His car was still parked out front, but his mailbox was overflowing, and his garden was turning wild. I asked around, but no one seemed to know where he'd gone. The strangest part was the silence. Usually, the street buzzed with the sound of kids playing, lawnmowers, the occasional dog barking. Now, it felt hollow, like the neighborhood was holding its breath. At dusk, when the sun dipped below the rooftops and the sky turned a bruised purple, the shadows seemed to thicken, pressing against windows and doorways. I found myself double-checking locks every night, peering out through the curtains, listening for the slightest sound. The flicker of the street lamp outside would catch my eye, then fail again, and I'd blink, wondering if I was imagining things. My hands trembled sometimes when I reached for the light switch. One evening, after locking the door for what felt like the 20th time, I heard a faint tapping at the window. Not loud, more like a soft, deliberate rhythm. Tap. 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 I froze, breath caught. Then nothing. I told myself it was a branch brushing in the wind or maybe a bird landing on the sill. But the timing was off, there was no wind that night. I didn't sleep well. I tried to read, but the words blurred on the page. The coffee in the morning tasted bitter, sharper than usual. I caught my reflection in the hallway mirror and didn't recognize the pale, drawn face staring back. The figure from the night was still there, somewhere just out of sight. I felt it every time I closed my eyes, waiting, watching. I told myself I'd call the police if it happened again. But what would I say? That ghost was standing in my room? I laughed at the thought, though the laugh was hollow. I'm not sure when the fear started to turn into something else. Not dread, exactly. More like a slow, tightening knot in my stomach that refused to loosen. The feeling that I was being watched, really watched, was no longer confined to the night. In the daylight, I kept my blinds closed more than usual, avoiding the neighbors' eyes when I passed them on the street. I stopped answering the door unless I was absolutely sure who it was. I told myself it was paranoia, that I was just tired. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there, it was moving closer. And then, a note appeared. Not slipped under the door or left in the mailbox, no, it was taped to my apartment wall, just above the light switch. A scrap of plain white paper, with a single word written in messy, hurried letters, close. I stared at it for a long time, the paper trembling slightly in the draft from the cracked window. The words sank into me, cold and sharp. Closer than I imagined. Closer than I wanted to believe. I wanted to tear it down, burn it even, but my hands wouldn't move at first, like they were as frozen as they had been in the night. When I finally peeled it off, I kept it folded in my pocket. I don't know what's coming next. But I know one thing for sure, I'm not alone. Not by a long shot. The note stayed folded in my pocket all through the night, pressing against my thigh like a secret too heavy to carry but impossible to leave behind. I didn't want to move, but the day demanded it. I kept expecting the paralysis to return, that cold lock inside me, but it didn't. Instead, a gnawing unease settled in my chest. The note's single word, close, echoed again, louder now, as if it had a voice of its own. The first thing I did was check the door. The lock clicked smoothly, no sign of forced entry, no scuffs or scratches on the frame. Still, the faintest impression of something was there, a smudge of dirt, maybe, or a fingerprint that didn't belong. I swiped a damp cloth over it, but it didn't go away. It felt deliberate, like a message I couldn't read. I paced the apartment, trying to find any other signs, any clue that might explain what was happening. That's when I noticed it, just outside the window, on the fire escape railing, a thin line of mud. Fresh. Not there yesterday. I crouched down, eyes narrow, tracing the pattern with trembling fingers. It was a handprint, smeared and incomplete, but unmistakably human. My pulse quickened. Someone had been close enough to reach the window. Closer than I had imagined. I stuffed the note back into my pocket and went out to the hallway, every step hollow and cautious. The apartment building was almost silent, unusually so for mid-morning. No kids shouting, no music blaring, just a distant hum of traffic and the occasional cough from a neighbor. I stopped outside my neighbor's door, Mrs. Callahan's, and knocked softly. No answer. Not unusual, at first. She was elderly and sometimes went days without leaving her apartment. But the mail was piling up, and the smell of something sour, rot, maybe, seeped faintly from under the door. I pressed my ear to the wood, heart hammering. Nothing but silence. Later that afternoon, I heard from another neighbor, Mr. Lewis, who lived down the hall. He said Mrs. Callahan hadn't been seen for 3 days. No one had spoken to her since last weekend. I thought she was just sick, he said, voice low and uncertain, but now I'm not sure. The word disappeared, floated between us, unspoken but understood. That evening, I sat at the kitchen table, the note unfolded and staring up at me from the grainy surface. I ran my fingers over the messy letters. Close. Close. The words seemed to pulse with meaning. I wanted to burn it, but I was afraid the ashes would scatter like pieces of my own sanity. I decided I needed help. Not the police, not yet, but someone who could shed light without judgment. I remembered Claire from 2 floors below, a reporter for the city paper with a nose for odd stories. I dialed her number with sweaty fingers. Claire, it's me, I said, voice tight. Something's wrong. People are disappearing. I found this. I described the note, the handprint, the silence in the building. There was a pause. Then she said, meet me tomorrow morning. Bring everything you have. We hung up. I felt a flicker of relief, the first in days. Maybe I wasn't imagining it all. That night, I tried to sleep but the paralysis came back, worse this time. I woke frozen, breath shallow, muscles locked. The figure was there again, just beyond the doorway, a shadowy shape against the dim light. I couldn't see a face, only the outline, still and watching. My skin prickled, cold sweat slicking my arms. I wanted to scream but couldn't. When morning came, the apartment was disturbingly quiet. My phone buzzed with a message from Claire. Check the parking lot camera feed. Something's off. I grabbed my laptop and logged into the building's security system with my landlord's permission. He had given it to me weeks ago after some petty theft in the neighborhood. I fast-forwarded through the footage from the previous night, eyes straining at the grainy black and white images. At first, nothing. Then, near midnight, the camera caught a figure slipping between cars, moving slowly, deliberately. The shape was bulky but careful, almost ghost-like. It paused near a silver sedan, glanced around, then disappeared from view. Minutes later, it reappeared by the building entrance, looking up at the windows. I froze. That figure was watching me. Watching where I slept. The creeping realization that I wasn't just being targeted, I was stalked, settled in my bones. Later that day, I knocked on a few neighbors' doors, asking if anyone had seen Mrs. Callahan or anyone else missing. Most shook their heads, avoided my eyes. One man muttered something about people not wanting to get involved. Another woman whispered about things happening at night and voices in the hallways. I wanted to press them for more, but the weight of their silence was like a wall. Back at my apartment, I checked my window again. The dirt handprint was gone. In its place, faint scratches marred the glass, tiny, deliberate lines that looked like a tally of days or something worse. I sat on the floor, the note folded beside me, my fingers tracing the word once more. Close. Closer still. The sun dipped low, and a cold draft slipped through the cracked window, carrying the faint scent of something metallic and bitter. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. Something was coming. Something patient, something waiting. And I was running out of time. The night pressed in thick and heavy, the kind that makes the silence feel like a weight on your skin. I kept glancing at the glass, where those thin, deliberate scratches still marked the surface, like the tally of some slow countdown. Close. Closer still. The words echoed inside my skull, a whisper that didn't want to leave. I thought about Mrs. Callahan and the neighbors who had vanished without a trace. No calls to the police, no missing persons posters, no news reports, nothing but silence and that same unspoken fear that I was beginning to share. The man who muttered about people not wanting to get involved sounded like he knew something, but he shut his door before I could ask more. The woman who whispered about voices in the hallways had a face like she was trying to forget something she shouldn't have seen. I didn't blame them. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breathing. The window rattled slightly in the breeze, a jagged rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. I thought maybe if I stayed awake this time, I could catch whatever was out there. Catch it in the act. But the minutes stretched and blurred, the silence folding over me like a shroud, heavy and unyielding. Then it happened again. The paralysis. The cold that lanced through my limbs, freezing me mid-breath. My eyes snapped open and there was darkness pooling in the corner, a shadow that didn't belong. The figure. Watching. Waiting. Like last night, like the night before, but closer. Too close. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw myself away from the bed, but my body didn't respond. Only my eyes moved, darting, searching for a face that never came into focus. I could feel it leaning in, the air thickening with its presence. Something about the way it lingered made the room feel smaller, the walls closing in, breath shallow and quick. And then, nothing. The paralysis lifted as suddenly as it had come, and I gasped like I'd been underwater. My limbs trembled, sweat slick on my skin despite the cold draft slipping through the cracked window. I wanted to believe it was just a nightmare, a trick of the mind. But when I looked back toward the corner, there was an imprint on the floor, a dark, smudged shape, like someone had knelt there, close enough to touch. I swallowed hard. The figure wasn't just watching from afar. It was inside. Inside my space. Morning didn't bring relief. The sun barely broke through the heavy clouds, casting the apartment in a gray light that made everything seem dull and lifeless. I checked the scratches on the window again. New ones. Freshly carved. A second tally. 2 marks added overnight. I moved to the door and checked the chain lock, double-checked the deadbolt. Locked tight, but the sense of being watched never left. I paced, unable to settle, my hands tracing the rough plaster of the walls like I was trying to find a crack, a secret passage, anything that would explain how this was happening. I called my sister, thinking maybe she'd heard something from her neighborhood. She answered on the second ring, her voice cautious. "Hey, you sound tired," she said. "Yeah, I hesitated. Look, have you heard anything about the Callahans? Or anyone else missing around here?" There was a pause. Then, not directly, but people are uneasy. I mean, you know how it is. Everyone whispers, but no one says it out loud. "What do you mean?" I pressed. "What are they whispering about?" She sighed. "There's talk of someone prowling at night. Not a burglar or a thief, something else. Someone who watches. People disappearing, doors left unlocked, windows left open. It's all connected, but no one wants to get involved." I ran my fingers over the phone, the plastic slick beneath my skin. "Have you heard anything specific? Any names? Places?" "Just the old Miller place," she said quietly. "That house has been empty for years, but lately, people say there's someone there. Lights on at night. Figures in the windows." I frowned. The Miller place was a block away, a crumbling thing that everyone avoided. "I'm going to check it out." "Be careful," she warned. "And don't go alone." I promised I wouldn't, but I wasn't sure I meant it. After the call, I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside. The air was colder than I expected, biting in my face and making my breath cloud in front of me. The neighborhood felt different now, quieter, like the usual background noise had been turned down. No distant dogs barking, no cars humming past. Just silence. Complete silence. I walked with purpose, the cracked pavement rough beneath my shoes. As I neared the Miller place, the streetlights flickered, casting pale halos that barely touched the darkness. The owl sat at the end of the block, its windows dark and empty, or so I thought. Then I saw it, a faint glow behind the curtains. A single light, steady and low. Someone was inside. I stopped, heart hammering. I wanted to call out, to demand answers, but my voice caught. Instead, I circled the house, looking for another way in or out. The side gate was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I pushed it open, the rusty hinges groaning like a warning. Inside, the garden was overgrown, weeds tangled and choking the flower beds. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, something metallic again, faint but unmistakable. My skin prickled. I moved closer to the window with the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. Shadows shifted inside. The figure was there, but not watching me. Not exactly. It was crouched low, hands moving quickly over something on the table. I couldn't see what it was, but the low hum of whispered words reached me through the glass, words that made my skin crawl. And then, the light went out. Darkness swallowed the room. I pressed my forehead to the cold glass, breath fogging the pain. The figure was gone. A sudden noise behind me made me spin around, a door slamming somewhere down the street. I swallowed hard and started back toward my apartment, every step heavier than the last. When I got home, the scratches on my window had multiplied, 3 new marks. Close. Closer still. I understood then. There was no running. No hiding. This wasn't about stalking from the shadows anymore. The watcher was inside my world, inside my home, inside my skin. And whatever it wanted, it was patient enough to wait me out. But I wasn't sure how much longer I could. The moment I stepped inside my apartment, the cold hit me like a slap. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not from across the street or the next block, but from inside these walls, crawling over my skin like ants. I closed the door behind me, the click of the lock sounding hollow and inadequate, as if it were just a gesture, meaningless, a child's game of defense. I wandered through the apartment, fingers trailing along the chipped plaster of the hallway walls, the roughness grounding me. The kitchen light flickered overhead, buzzing low in the silence. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone sat on the counter, its screen cracked like a spider web. The battery had died hours ago. Maybe the figure had done that, or maybe it was just bad luck. Either way, I was cut off. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street. The sound was sharp, momentary, then gone. It left behind the stillness again, like a held breath. I tried to focus on the mundane, the cluttered table where I'd found the figure crouching, the faint smell of old coffee mingling with the cold metal of the window frame. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those hands moving, quick and sure, over something I couldn't see. Whispered words curling in the dark. The way it vanished when the lights died. I kept telling myself I was imagining it all. Maybe I was tired. Maybe too much coffee or too little sleep. That was what I told myself until a soft creak echoed from the living room. My heart slammed against my rib cage. I froze in place. The air thickened, the shadows deepened. The floorboards groaned again, deliberate and slow. Not the house settling. Not the usual noises. Someone or something was moving inside my apartment. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal and dust filling my mouth. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand here like a fool. But I couldn't. I had to see it. I had to know. The living room was a patchwork of darkness and moonlight. The faint outline of the couch, the crooked picture frames on the wall. Then, just beyond, a movement. A shadow folding in on itself, shifting without sound. Who's there? My voice came out ragged, breaking the silence like glass. No answer. Just the quiet shuffle of feet, a breath too soft to catch, the sudden cold rush of air against my cheek. I stepped forward, every nerve screaming, and then the figure emerged. Not from the shadows, but from the doorway to the kitchen. A man. Mid-30s, pale, his eyes dark pits reflecting the dim light. His clothes hung loose, like he'd been living off the street for weeks. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It was a slow, practiced smile, the kind you see in dreams or nightmares. Don't be afraid, he said, voice low, almost friendly. I'm not going to hurt you. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to laugh in relief, to shake my head and call myself crazy for ever thinking the worst. But the scratch marks, the disappearances, the way he watched me, it all screamed otherwise. Why are you here? My voice barely a whisper. He took a step closer, and I caught the faint scent of damp earth and something metallic. The smell of something buried. To watch, he said simply. To wait. You don't understand yet, but it's coming. I blinked, confused. Coming? What's coming? He tilted his head, considering me like a curious animal. You think you're safe because the sun rises. But night is endless if you know how to wait. I shook my head. I don't understand. His smile twisted, a flicker of something cruel lurking beneath. You will. Suddenly, the floor beneath me felt unstable, like I was slipping. I stumbled back, knocking over a lamp. The bulb shattered, plunging the room into near total darkness. I heard him laugh then, a quiet, dry sound that crawled across my skin. Sleep tight, he whispered, stepping back into the shadows. And just like that, he was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I sank to the floor, heart hammering, chest tight like a vice. The cold seeped through my clothes, but I barely noticed. My mind raced, trying to piece together what he meant. The disappearances, the scratches, the watching. It wasn't random. It wasn't a game. It was a countdown. Morning came slowly. The light spilled through the window, soft and hesitant, like it was afraid to intrude. I found my phone where I'd left it, the screen flickering weakly to life. Messages from neighbors. Some worried, some frantic. Mrs. Calhoun hadn't been seen since last night. The Smith's son was gone. My own door had a new scratch, deeper, more urgent. I sat on the edge of the bed, hands trembling as I read the messages. A tight knot twisted in my gut. I wanted to tell someone, to call the police, but what would I say? That a stranger was invading my home, watching me sleep, whispering about some unseen horror? I felt trapped between disbelief and terror. Then, a knock, soft, deliberate, at the apartment door. My breath caught. I hadn't heard anyone approach. Slowly, I stood, every muscle coiled tight. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but the empty hallway. I stepped back, heart pounding so loudly I was sure the figure could hear it. The knock came again. 3 quick raps. I swallowed hard. I wanted to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't happening. But some part of me, stubborn, foolish, moved toward the door. Just as my hand reached the knob, the lights flickered violently and went out. Darkness swallowed me whole. And through it, I heard the whisper again. Don't be afraid. The door creaked open. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. Only the cold. Only the watching. Only the waiting. The door creaked open, and the cold swept in before I could even blink. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the lights flickered back on. My eyes adjusted slowly. The doorway was empty. Nothing but my own ragged breathing filled the room. The hallway outside was silent. I stepped back, heart still hammering against my ribs, and closed the door with a click that sounded far too loud in the quiet. I leaned against it, my hands trembling, the rough wood digging into my palms. The dark didn't feel less ominous just because the lights were back. It felt like the shadow had been waiting for me, patient and unmoving. I wasn't safe. I sat down on the floor, my back against the door, and let the tension unravel just a little. My fingers brushed against something on the floor. A scrap of paper. I picked it up, heart stuttering again, and unfolded it carefully, half expecting another whisper, another threat. It was a note. Written in a careful, looping handwriting that felt eerily familiar, maybe because it was the kind of writing you'd see on a sympathy card or a holiday greeting. Don't be afraid, it said. I stared at the paper, the words twisting inside me. Was this a mockery? A taunt? Or something else entirely? I wanted to throw it away, to burn it, but my fingers kept it close. Sleep was impossible that night. The figure's presence lingered like a scent I couldn't wash off. Every creak, every shadow in the corner of the room made me freeze, waiting for that silent watcher, the one who came closer than I'd ever realized. I told myself it was just some sick game, a person using my fear for sport. But the way they moved, so quiet it was like the air itself was holding its breath, made me doubt. Morning came in with it, a fragile kind of light. I didn't want to open my eyes, wasn't sure I could face the day. Yet, when I did, I noticed something new. The living room window was slightly ajar, the latch hanging loose where I was sure I'd locked it. Outside, the street was still and empty, the usual morning noise absent. No cars, no chatter, no barking dog. Just silence. I pulled the window shut with a shudder. The smell was different, something faintly metallic, like old pennies mixed with dust. It made my stomach twist. I wiped my hands on my jeans, trying to shake the unease. The note, the open window, the knock and the whisper, they all felt like pieces of the same terrible puzzle. Later that day, I forced myself to talk to Mrs. Hernandez from 2 doors down. She'd always been friendly, the kind of neighbor you wave to from across the street. I asked about the disappearances, the neighbors who had vanished without a trace. Her face went pale. "Oh, yes," she said quietly, as if saying it out loud made it real. "It's been happening for weeks now. People just gone. No calls, no notes. Some say the police are looking, but I don't know. It's like they just evaporated." I nodded, swallowing hard. "Have you noticed anything strange? Anything that might explain it?" She shook her head slowly. "No. Only that it feels like someone's watching. Always watching." That was it. Confirmation. I wasn't alone in feeling the eyes on me. But it wasn't just me. It was the whole block. The entire neighborhood was shrinking under a weight of silence and fear. I left her apartment with a resolve I hadn't had before. I couldn't run. I couldn't hide. Whatever was out there, whatever had been watching me every night, I had to face it. Not with anger or bravado, but with the cold clarity of someone who had nowhere else to go. That night, I didn't wait for the knock or whisper. I stayed awake, every muscle tensed, every sense alert. When the darkness deepened and the shadows stretched long and thin, I heard it, a soft, deliberate tap at the window. I didn't flinch. Instead, I stood and pulled back the curtain. Outside, the street was empty, but the figure was there, standing just beyond the glass. No mask. No disguise. Just a man, pale and thin, his eyes dark pools that held no mercy, no kindness. I don't know what I expected. A plea? A threat? Instead, he smiled a slow, cold twist of the lips and waved. "Why?" I whispered, my voice barely more than breath. He didn't answer. Instead, he raised a hand and pointed behind me. My stomach dropped as I turned, expecting to see someone, something. But the room was empty, save for the familiar shadows. When I looked back, he was gone. The next morning, the police finally showed up. I told them everything, the watching, the whispering, the note, the open window, the disappearances. They took notes, asked questions. I could see the skepticism in their eyes, the faint doubt that maybe I'd imagined parts of it, or that it was all some elaborate prank. But they promised to search the neighborhood more thoroughly. Days passed. The disappearances stopped. The watcher never returned. The silence lifted, replaced by the usual hum of life. And I changed. I'm not sure I ever fully trusted the light again. I learned to listen to the quiet, to watch the spaces between shadows. I stopped looking at windows as portals to the outside world and started seeing them as thin membranes, fragile and easily breached. The fear didn't vanish, but it became a part of me, a cold, steady presence that sharpened my senses and taught me to be vigilant. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that whisper. Not loud, not clear. Just a breath against the air. Don't be afraid. I don't know who he was, or why he stopped. Maybe he was waiting for something to change. Or maybe he just wanted me to know he was there, watching, waiting in the dark. But I'm still here. And now, I watch back. Story 5, Midnight at the Isolated Truck Stop, Reality Shifts and Silent Threats. I couldn't say what woke me, whether it was the cold, the distant hum of a diesel engine, or some part of me that refused to let the night swallow whole. I remember pulling in just before midnight, the sky a thick, ink-black blanket, the stars dim behind a veil of low clouds. The place was small, almost too quiet for a truck stop, a couple of pumps, a single convenience store with flickering neon that buzzed in a way that set my nerves on edge. I parked my car at the far end of the lot, where the gravel met the cracked asphalt, hoping to catch a couple of hours sleep before the sun pushed me back onto the road. The air smelled like diesel exhaust and fried food, with just a hint of something else, something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. It was colder than I expected, and the wind seemed to carry voices or maybe just echoes. I told myself it was nothing. I slept in fits, waking every hour or so, drawn out by the occasional rumble of a semi or the distant, half-muffled laughter of someone or maybe multiple someones moving around somewhere in the shadows. The fluorescent sign above the store buzzed erratically, casting a sickly green glow that seeped through the window of my car. I noticed the smell again then, sharper now, mixed with the acrid scent of burning oil. I rolled over and tried to ignore it. When I finally woke properly, it was to a silence so complete I could hear my own breathing, shallow and uneven. The sky was lighter now, a dull, grayish blue, but the truck stop looked wrong. The cars and trucks weren't where I remembered leaving them. My own car wasn't where I parked it either. It sat angled near the pumps, doors closed, headlights off. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was dreaming or that someone had moved me in my sleep as a prank. But the ground was cold and rough under my fingers when I touched the asphalt. This was real. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and looked around. The convenience store was locked tight, the neon sign dead. I noticed the security cameras mounted on the roof, their lenses dark and staring down like unblinking eyes. No movement. No other cars in the lot besides the ones now oddly rearranged. It was quiet. Too quiet. "Hey," I called out, voice cracking a little. "Is anyone here?" No answer. I walked toward the store's entrance, the cold wind tugging at my jacket. My throat felt dry. I tried the door, locked. I tried the windows, dark inside, no flicker of movement. I leaned closer, trying to see through the glass. The shelves were barely stocked, some canned goods, a few bags of chips, a dusty coffee maker. Nothing that looked recently touched. I stepped back just as a man appeared from behind the building, tall, lean, wearing a faded jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He stopped a few feet away, hands shoved deep into his pockets. "You don't belong here," he said without greeting. I blinked. I was just sleeping here. I parked my car last night. He shook his head, like he was brushing off a bad smell. "No, you didn't. Nobody saw you. You didn't arrive." I stared, confused. "What do you mean?" "I was here. You can check the cameras." He cut me off. "Cameras don't show you. You never pulled in." The wind picked up, rattling the loose panels on the store's side. I swallowed hard. "That's impossible." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Look around. You're not supposed to be here. This place doesn't like unexpected guests." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. "Who are you?" "Name's Carl. I work the night shift." His eyes flicked behind me, scanning the empty lot like he expected something or someone. "But I didn't see you, and neither did the others." He nodded toward the horizon where the first hints of dawn pushed through. "You're a ghost, or worse." "Come on," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There must be a mistake. I'm real. I was here." Carl's expression hardened. "Look, I don't know what game you're playing, but it's not funny. People come here, people leave. But you? You've been erased. Erased? I echoed, feeling the words scrape against my mind. What does that even mean? He shifted his weight, glancing back toward the store again. The cameras. They don't have footage of you. Several hours gone. Like you never showed up. I checked. Twice. I swallowed. I hadn't thought to ask about the cameras before. They'd been there, watching, but if the footage was missing, that meant... Why would the footage be missing? I asked, voice dropping to a whisper. Carl shrugged. No one knows. Maybe someone's messing with the system. Or maybe it's just this place. It's been acting strange for a while. I tried to process that. The idea of being watched felt normal. But to be erased, to vanish from every record, it was like the ground beneath me was shifting, pulling me into something I didn't understand. Is there anyone else here? I asked. Anyone I can talk to? Carl shook his head. No one's been in or out all night. You're the only stranger. I looked around. The lot was empty except for the rearranged vehicles, my car, oddly parked, and others that didn't belong in the pattern I remembered. The trucks, the sedans, the pickup all moved like pieces on a chessboard. Maybe I'm just tired, I said, rubbing my face. I'm probably imagining things. Carl nodded slowly. Maybe. But if you want to leave, you better move soon. The road's not safe at this hour. I glanced toward the highway that cut through the darkness beyond the truck stop, the black ribbon stretching endlessly. I could smell the diesel and asphalt, taste the chill in the air, cold and heavy with silence. There was something wrong here, something I couldn't explain, and it wasn't just in my head. I walked back to my car, the gravel crunching beneath me. The key was in my pocket, but the door was locked, just as I'd left it. When I pressed the remote, the lights flashed once. Then twice. A faint click. But the door didn't open. I tried again. Nothing. The radio inside crackled to life, static hissing through the speakers. I reached in, turning the dial, hoping for something, anything. A voice came through, low and distorted. You're not here. You don't belong. I jerked back, heart pounding. I wasn't sure if it was the radio or my own mind playing tricks. Carl stood behind me, watching, silent. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were thickening again, swallowing the light. Something was coming. Something that didn't want me to leave, or maybe didn't want me to exist at all. And I was stuck. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the distant hum of a diesel engine circling somewhere in the dark. The diesel engine's hum faded into the distance, swallowed by the thickening clouds. I stood there for a long moment, ears straining for any other sound, but the truck stop was dead quiet except for a faint wind stirring loose gravel across the lot. I wiped the sweat from my brow, though the air was cold, damp, and smelled faintly of burnt rubber and old oil. My hands trembled, not just from the chill. Something was wrong, no, worse than wrong. Impossible. Carl shifted beside me, the gravel crunching under his boots. He said nothing, just stared at the rows of vehicles that looked wrongly arranged, out of place. That's when my eyes caught it. The semi I'd parked beside had disappeared. Not just moved, completely gone. No tire tracks leading away, no driver in sight, no sign it had ever been there except the faint impression of a tire mark, half erased by the wind. Trust me, I was there. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of adrenaline thick on my tongue. Where did it go? I asked, voice lower than I wanted. Carl shrugged, brows furrowed. No idea, he said. didn't see it leave. The radio crackled again. Static first, then the same distorted voice. "You're not here. You don't belong." The words stung sharper this time, like a deliberate warning. I clenched my jaw and took a step toward the building. Inside, the flickering fluorescent light in the convenience store buzzed overhead, casting an uneven glow on the cracked linoleum floor. The clerk behind the counter looked up. Middle-aged man, tired eyes that didn't quite meet mine. "Can I help you?" he asked, voice flat. I was here last night," I said. "I parked my truck out front. I need to check the security footage." He blinked slowly, then shook his head. "No security cameras here." "No cameras?" My voice cracked. "I saw them just last night. They're mounted above the pumps." He shrugged, expression unreadable. "Must be your imagination." "No cameras." I glanced over my shoulder. Outside, the poles where the camera should have been stood bare. Like someone had removed them overnight. Or maybe they were never there at all. Now, I wasn't sure what to believe. The smell of stale coffee and cigarette smoke filled the store, thick and cloying. The hum of the fridge motors buzzed in the background. I pulled out my phone, swiping to check the photos I'd taken earlier. But the images were scrambled, pixelated beyond recognition, like static had eaten the files. I muttered under my breath. "Great. Just great." Carl came inside, eyes narrowed. "I talked to a couple of the drivers," he said quietly. "They say this place hasn't had cameras for months. No security at all." I shook my head. "But I remember. I saw them. I recorded part of the lot. I'm not crazy." A woman stepped forward from a shadowed corner near the snack aisle. Her voice was soft, but there was steel beneath it. "You're the first to say that," she said. "Most folks just accept it. Doesn't matter if you were here or not." "Accept what?" I asked. "That this place isn't what it seems," she said. She glanced toward the windows, eyes flicking nervously to the empty parking spots. "They don't want you remembering." "Who?" I asked. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. She hesitated, then whispered, "The owners. The ones who control the cameras, the trucks, the drivers. They rewrite things. Make sure no one sticks around who asks too many questions." I looked at Carl. He was frowning, clearly skeptical but not dismissive. "Rewrite things?" he echoed. "Yeah," she said. "Like last night, if you really parked here, they'd have footage. But there's nothing. No records, no witnesses. It's like you never showed up." The air thickened. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder, flickering again. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the old sign dangling above the door. I could taste dust and something metallic. Fear? No, not fear. Something else. Unease. "I need to see those cameras," I said. "If they exist." The woman shook her head. "You won't. Cameras or no, that footage is wiped clean. We've tried." "Why?" I asked, voice barely more than a breath. She looked away, voice dropping. "Because someone's watching. And they don't want us to figure out what's really going on. You're not the first to get stuck in this loop where reality twists and the past gets erased. But most don't last long enough to tell." The words hit me like a punch. Stuck. Trapped. Reality bending, rewriting itself. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of it settle on my chest. Carl rubbed his hands together. We should check the back office, he said. Maybe there's a security terminal or some records. I nodded, grateful for the plan. We moved toward the cramped office behind the counter, its door hanging slightly ajar. Inside, the air smelled of old paper, dust, and something faintly chemical. On the desk sat a jumble of receipts, a low coffee cup stained with lipstick, and a dusty computer monitor, black and lifeless. I hit the power button. Nothing. Carl checked the cables, tugged at the wires. No power, he said flatly. We need to find the generator or fuse box, I said, trying to keep the panic from creeping into my voice. Carl nodded, then paused. Hey, did you notice? No clocks anywhere. Not even on the wall. I hadn't. But now that he said it, I realized the place felt timeless. No ticking, no hum of digital clocks. Just that oppressive silence, interrupted only by the flickering light and distant rumble of engines somewhere beyond the hills. We stepped back outside, the wind now whipping more insistently. The woman watched us from the doorway, her eyes dark and unreadable. Don't trust the trucks, she said softly. They're not just machines here. They carry more than freight. I frowned. What do you mean? She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and disappeared down the cracked sidewalk, swallowed by the growing night. Carl and I exchanged a look. The sky had shifted, thick clouds blotting out the stars. The cold seeped deeper into my bones. We moved toward the far end of the parking lot, where a small shed sat half hidden behind a cluster of scrubby bushes. The door hung open just enough to reveal a dusty fuse box and what looked like a battered generator. I knelt down, fingers fumbling with the rusted latch. The metal was cold, rough against my skin. Carl stood watch, his breath visible in the chill air. I pulled open the panel. Inside, a mess of wires, some scorched, others disconnected. Someone had been tampering here. No doubt about it. A sudden noise, a low thud from the far side of the lot, made me jump. Carl's eyes snapped toward the sound, muscles tensed. Another thud followed, slow and deliberate, like footsteps on gravel. Did you hear that? I whispered. Carl nodded, voice tight. We're not alone. The truck stops seemed to shrink around us, the shadows growing longer, deeper. The wind carried a faint murmur, almost like voices, but I couldn't make out words. I felt it then, a pressure in the air, an unspoken message. Leave. Stop asking. Forget. But I couldn't. Not now. I stood and squinted into the dark. Shapes shifted near the edge of the lot, too large to be animals. Two figures, moving slowly, cautiously. Who's there? I called out, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Just the crunch of gravel beneath heavy boots. Carl reached into his jacket and pulled out a flashlight. He clicked it on, the beam slicing through the darkness. The two figures froze, then turned and melted away into the night like ghosts. But something caught my eye, a glint of metal, maybe a badge or an emblem pinned to one of their jackets. What the hell is going on here? I muttered. Carl shook his head. I don't know. But it's bigger than us. The night pressed in closer, colder. The thud came again, sharper this time, closer. My hands froze on the fuse box latch. Carl's eyes narrowed, scanning the shadows beyond the cracked asphalt. The cold didn't just settle on my skin anymore, it pressed inside my chest, making every breath deliberate and shallow. The night had thickened, the air sticky with the smell of damp oil and something acrid, like burnt rubber. I swallowed hard. Did you hear that? My voice cracked. Carl nodded, stepping away from the shed. Stay here. His tone was low but firm, and I knew that was code for don't move, no matter what. I wanted to argue, but the way his jaw clenched said it wasn't the time. Instead, I stayed put, fingers tight around the rusted metal, listening. The lot was silent except for the occasional scrape of gravel and the distant drone of a cooling engine somewhere beyond the fence. Then came a soft voice behind me. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around. A man stood just beyond the dim glow of the street lamp, his face half hidden by shadows. He wore a high visibility vest, but the reflective strips were faded, almost invisible against the night. His eyes were too steady, too calm. "Who are you?" My voice was steadier than I expected. He smiled without humor. "Name's Craig. I work here. Or, I used to." He took a slow step closer, and the faint scent of cigarette smoke drifted to me. "You really don't belong here. This place, it doesn't like outsiders." I glanced back at the shed. The fuse box, the disconnected wires, it all felt like pieces to a puzzle I hadn't figured out yet. Why are the cameras down? Where's all the footage from last night? My voice dropped. It's like someone wiped everything clean. Craig's smile twitched, almost imperceptibly. "Some things are better left unseen. You're poking around in a place that's been forgotten on purpose." Carl's voice cut through the tension as he reappeared behind Craig. "Step back, Craig." The man didn't move. "I'm not here to fight. Just warn you. You don't want to get tangled up in whatever's going on here. Once you're in, there's no way out. No way out." The words echoed in my mind. I thought this was just some glitch, a bad night at a truck stop. But now it felt like a trap. I looked at Carl, then back at Craig. "What do you mean? No way out?" Craig's eyes flicked past me, toward the trucks parked haphazardly in the lot. "Those trucks? They're not just sitting here. They're marked. Tagged. Like pieces on a board. People come and go, but some. They don't leave. Why?" I asked, the cold creeping back into my voice. Craig shrugged, but there was no real answer in the gesture. "It's not about free anymore. It's about control. The lot's been used for things that don't show up in any official log. People who vanish, deals done in the shadows." A sudden chill ran down my spine. I thought of the erased footage, the strangers insisting I never arrived. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. Carl stepped forward, voice low. "So what? We're stuck here because of some secret operation?" Craig's eyes narrowed. "More like stuck here because you stumbled into it. You're not supposed to know." He glanced back toward the trucks again. "And now, you're part of the story." I bit my lip, the metallic taste of fear rising. If we can't leave, then what? We wait? We disappear? Craig shook his head. "No one disappears without a trace here. But if you want a chance, you need to stop looking for answers in the wrong places." The cold air suddenly felt suffocating. I wanted to run, to shake this off as some elaborate joke or a twisted prank. But the unease in my gut told me otherwise. "You don't understand," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't even know what's real anymore. The trucks, the cameras, the people, none of it makes sense." Craig's expression softened, almost pitying. "Reality here is flexible. Depends on who's telling the story. The lot rewrites itself to keep the truth hidden. You think you can just drive away? That road out? Blocked. Every exit monitored." Carl's hands clenched into fists. "Then what do we do?" Sit and wait for someone to come get us. Wait. Craig laughed, a dry, humorless sound. You think waiting helps? No. You have to decide. Either fold into the lot story or fight to write your own ending. I swallowed again, heart hammering. The feeling of being trapped wasn't just about geography anymore. It was psychological, a slow squeeze that tightened the moment I stepped into this place. Why me? Why us? I asked, voice shaking. Craig's eyes locked onto mine. Because you saw. Because you want to leave. And because once you want out, the lot wants in. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint hum of engines and distant voices. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the raw edge of something dangerous I couldn't yet name. Carl stepped closer, voice firm. We're not giving up. Craig's smile returned, colder this time. Good. You'll need that. But remember, some doors, once opened, can't be closed. You've crossed the point of no return. Before I could respond, a sudden crackling sound came from the shed. The generator sputtered to life, lights flickering erratically above us. The lot seemed to pulse with a new energy, the trucks casting long, moving shadows. I glanced around, the weight of Craig's words settling in. No way out. The place had rewritten the rules, and somehow, I was now part of the story it wanted to keep hidden. Carl looked at me, eyes wide but resolute. We moved forward. Together. I nodded, the cold air biting deeper, but something else burning hotter, resolve. The night wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The generator coughed again, the flicker of the overhead lights casting a sickly yellow glow on Greg's face. His smile was sharp, like broken glass, inviting and dangerous all at once. I swallowed hard, the cold air biting into my lungs, and tried to steady my hands. Carl's wide eyes shifted between me and Craig, the tension thick enough to choke on. We moved forward. Together, Carl said again, voice brittle but firm. A part of me wanted to argue, to turn and run, but the lot around us was no longer just a place, it was a trap. A puzzle with too many missing pieces. And the strange erasure of the security footage was the lock. The air smelled faintly of diesel and old tar, mixed with something else, something stale, like sweat and fear. Craig's voice dropped to a low, almost conspiratorial tone. You think this is about trucks or some lost cargo? No. This place, it's about control. About rewriting what you think you know, so you never leave with the truth. I blinked, trying to piece together what he meant. Control. Rewriting. It sounded insane. But what else could explain the shifting cars, the erased hours, the denial from the people who should have known me? Why me? I asked, voice rough, a dry rasp in the dark. Why am I the one caught in this? Craig shrugged, the motion casual but deliberate. Because you saw. Because you asked questions. Because you still believe there's a way out. And the lot, it doesn't like that. Carl stepped closer, the rough fabric of his jacket brushing my arm. We need a plan. We can't just wait here. I nodded, though I had no idea what we could do. The lot was a maze, and every path seemed to lead deeper into confusion. Suddenly, from the shadows near the fuel pumps, a figure emerged, a woman, her face half hidden under a hood. I didn't recognize her, but her eyes were sharp, watching us like a hawk. She carried a small flashlight, its beam cutting through the dark. You're making this worse, she said quietly, voice steady but urgent. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Craig's grin faltered just a little. And you do? The woman didn't answer. Instead, she glanced toward the security cameras mounted on the roof of the station, their lenses dull and lifeless in the night. "They don't want to be watched," she said. "Not anymore." I felt my stomach twist. The cameras, the missing footage, it all came crashing back. "Who are you?" She hesitated, then said, "Call me Mara. I've been here longer than anyone, long enough to know that the lot, it changes people. It erases them. Or worse." Carl frowned. "Erases? What do you mean?" Mara's eyes flicked to the rows of trucks, their shapes looming like silent sentinels. "People disappear here. Not by accident. There's a system. A way they keep the lot hidden from the world. They don't want outsiders poking around." I swallowed again. The cold was seeping into my bones now. But why? What are they hiding? Mara's gaze sharpened. "That's the thing. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes it's everything. But if you get caught asking too many questions, the law has ways to make you forget you were ever here." The words sent a chill down my spine. Forget. Not just being trapped, but erased. Like I was already disappearing. Craig chuckled, but it was a bitter sound. "You think you can fight the lot? You're already inside the story. The only way out is through. And even then what?" I demanded. Craig looked away, his smile slipping. "Even then, the lot decides if you leave." The flashlight beam wavered as Mara took a step forward, her voice dropping. "Look." She pointed toward the station's entrance. The glass doors were fogged over, condensation swirling like smoke. Through the haze, I saw a figure, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, moving slowly toward us. His footsteps were heavy, deliberate. My pulse quickened. "Who's that?" Mara's lips pressed into a thin line. "That's the enforcer. The lot's way of reminding you it's watching." Carl's jaw tightened. "Enforcer? Seriously?" I could almost feel the weight of eyes on my back. The night had thickened, a heavy curtain falling over everything. The distant drone of the highway seemed miles away now, replaced by the soft crunch of gravel under heavy boots. The man reached the edge of the light, and I caught his face, a rough, weathered look, but with a coldness that made my skin crawl. He stopped, eyes narrowing at us. Craig's voice dropped to a whisper. "Time to decide. Stay and play by the lot's rules, or try to break free and get lost forever." I looked at Carl. His hands clenched into fists. Mara's stance was guarded but ready. I wanted to believe there was a way out. A crack in this nightmare. But the lot was watching. Waiting. And I was running out of time. "Let's move," I said, voice low. "Before he changes his mind." The three of us slipped away from the fuel pumps, the shadows swallowing us as the enforcer's footsteps echoed behind. Every breath was a gamble. Every step a test. The night was alive with danger. And the lot wasn't done rewriting the story yet. We moved fast, shadows folding around us like a rough blanket, but the gravel underfoot betrayed every step. Carl's fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. Mara's eyes flicked to the edges of the lot, alert. I was soaked in sweat despite the chill creeping in with the night air. Our breaths came quick, shallow, a silent chorus of panic and determination. The man in the weathered jacket was close behind, footsteps heavy but cautious, as if he didn't want to scare us off just yet. I could almost feel the weight of his stare sinking into my spine, cold and unyielding. The lot wasn't just a place. It was a trap. A living thing. We slipped around the back of the station, where the peeling paint of the walls made the darkness deeper. The faint hum of the highway was gone now, replaced by the distant bark of a dog and the occasional rustle of wind through dry weeds. I swallowed hard, trying not to let my throat tighten. "What now?" Carl whispered, voice rough. "We can't just run forever." I shook my head. "No idea. But we can't go back." Mara crouched by the dumpster, her breath visible in the cold air. "We need proof. Something to break whatever hold this place has on people." Her fingers brushed the metal lid, nails scraping softly. I looked around. The lot was eerily still. No cars, no trucks, just empty spaces and shadows stretching like fingers toward us. The station's flickering neon sign buzzed overhead, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows sputtering on and off, casting the lot into a strobe of half-light and darkness. The security cameras were our best bet. If we could get to the room with the monitors, maybe we could find the missing footage or at least confirm what had been erased. But the man was still out there. Craig, or whatever name he went by. "Stay close," I said. "We're heading inside." The door creaked as we slipped into the station. Inside, the smell hit me first, a mix of stale coffee, bleach, and something metallic, like old pennies left to rust. The fluorescent bulbs overhead flickered, casting the room in sickly yellow light. The place felt abandoned and alive at the same time, like every shadow was watching us. I led the way toward the back office where the security system was supposed to be. The floor was sticky with spilled soda, and the faint sound of a radio playing static buzzed from somewhere behind a closed door. I hesitated, hand on the knob, before pushing it open. Inside, a bank of monitors showed grainy black and white images of the lot, frozen at various points in the night. Some screens were blank, others flickered with static. The familiar sense of unease tightened again. "Nothing," Mara said, voice low. "No footage for hours." Carl's fingers trembled as he reached out to touch the controls. Why would someone erase this? I stared at the screens, heart sinking, the weight of the hopelessness settling in my chest. Because they want this to be forgotten. Or maybe they want to control what's remembered. The sound of footsteps outside made us freeze. The door handle rattled. Craig's voice slipped through the crack. "Looking for something?" My stomach dropped. There was no way out but through him. I glanced at Mara and Carl. We shared a glance, the silent question hanging between us, fight or surrender? "We don't want trouble," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Craig pushed the door open slowly, stepping inside with that rough, withered look that still sent chills down my spine. "But trouble found you anyway." His gaze swept over the monitors, then landed on us. "You don't understand this place. It's not just a truck stop. It's a story. A loop. You think you're breaking free, but you're just part of it." I swallowed hard. I wanted to argue, to fight, but my voice caught in my throat. The flickering light overhead made his shadow dance on the wall, a monstrous silhouette that swallowed the room. "Why?" Mara finally asked, voice barely a whisper. He shrugged, and it was the kind of shrug that carried a lifetime of regret and cruelty. "Because people forget. Because no one remembers what happens here. And if they do, they don't believe it. So it's easier to erase. To start fresh." Carl's jaw tightened. "You're lying." "No," Craig said quietly. "You're just not ready." He stepped back, nodding toward the door. "Go. Leave while you still can. But if you come back, you'll be lost." We didn't wait for another invitation. The door slammed behind us, and the silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. Outside, the lot was still. The rearranged vehicles loomed in the half-light like ghosts of another time. I looked at Mara and Carl, their faces pale but resolute. "We have to leave," I said. "Now!" The night air bit at my skin as we climbed into my truck, the engine roaring to life like a heartbeat breaking free from a long hold. As we pulled away, the neon sign of the station flickered one last time, then died, plunging the lot into darkness. The highway stretched ahead, empty and endless. The dawn was creeping in, soft and gray, promising a new day, but I knew the shadows of the night wouldn't leave me so easily. For hours afterward, silence settled over us inside the cab. No one spoke much, each lost in their own thoughts, the weight of what we'd seen pressing down. I stared out the window, the rising sun burning away the night's chill, but not the memory of the lot's cold gaze. The feeling of being watched, rewritten, erased, it lingered like a scar beneath my skin. When I finally pulled off the highway, back onto familiar roads, I realized something had shifted inside me. I wasn't the same person who'd parked at that truck stop hours before. The night had changed me, made me more cautious, more aware, maybe even a little hollow. But I was alive. And that meant something. The unknown threat might still be out there, lurking in the margins of forgotten places. But I'd seen its face, heard its warning, felt its grip loosen. I knew the story wasn't over. Maybe it never would be. But for now, I had my freedom back. And that was enough. Story 6, Resonant Theater, the melody that erases. The first time I noticed something was off, I was sitting on the cracked leather couch in my apartment, listening to static. That night, the air smelled like wet cement and something metallic, like a penny left out in the rain too long. It was the kind of smell that clings to your clothes and makes your throat itch if you breathe it in too deep. I pulled my sweater tighter around my neck and stared at the peeling paint on the ceiling. The slow drip of a leaky faucet somewhere down the hall mixed with the occasional distant bark of a dog. Silence. Complete silence, except for that subtle hiss. It was the kind of noise you think you imagine, but you know you don't. I was on my third cup of coffee, a bitter, dark roast that left a dry taste in the back of my mouth when the package arrived. I wasn't expecting anything, and I was almost certain I hadn't ordered anything online recently. The box was small, wrapped in brown paper and tied with thin twine, the kind you find in old bookstores or used vinyl shops. My fingers hesitated before untying the knot, the rough fibers scratching my skin. Inside was a cassette tape, yellowed with age, with the words Resonant Theater scribbled on the label in shaky black ink. No note, no return address. I stared at it for a long moment. The Resonant Theater had been shut down for decades, ever since the fire gutted the stage and the owner disappeared without a trace. I'd walked past the building plenty of times, the boarded-up doors and cracked windows like a scar on the city's face. Everyone said the place was haunted, or at least, that's what the local kids whispered. I always thought it was just stories, the kind people tell to spice up a neighborhood's history. Curiosity got the better of me. I dug out my old cassette player from a box in the closet, the kind with the scratched plastic window and the tinny speakers that crackled with every note. The tape hissed to life, and then a melody started, soft and haunting. A piano, or maybe a harpsichord, playing a tune that felt both familiar and strangely alien. It was beautiful in a way that twisted your stomach, like hearing a lullaby that you can't place but somehow know belonged to your childhood. I pressed pause, my hands trembling slightly. The sound wrapped around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seeping into the corners where light didn't reach. I rubbed my temples, the faintest ache starting behind my eyes. Nothing serious. Probably just a late hour and too much caffeine. The next morning, I woke up with a dull headache and a sense of unease I couldn't shake. My phone was buzzing with notifications, but when I glanced at the screen, the names looked wrong. Not unfamiliar, but distorted. Like watching a picture out of focus. I blinked and scrolled again. No, they were the same. Just something about them felt off. I told myself to stop being ridiculous. Maybe I was just tired. But as the day wore on, I noticed other small things slipping away. I couldn't remember where I'd put my keys, or the name of the barista who always smiled at me when I ordered my morning coffee. I know how that sounds, but it wasn't just forgetfulness. It was like the edges of my memories were fraying, threads pulling loose without warning. At work, I sat in my cubicle pretending to concentrate, but my mind kept drifting back to that tape. I asked one of the IT guys if he'd ever heard of the Resonant theater, and he shrugged, eyes fixed on his monitor. Old place, downtown. Burned down years ago. Creepy vibes, sure. But that's about it. Creepy vibes. That was the phrase that stuck with me. I remembered the smell of smoke and dust from when I'd peeked through the cracked doorway years ago. The way the air inside felt colder, heavier. Like the building was holding its breath, waiting for something or someone. When I got home, I found myself pressing play on the cassette again. The melody was louder this time, more insistent. It filled the room, curling around the furniture, slipping under the door. My skin prickled, and my vision blurred for a second. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. The headache returned, sharper now, like a low pulse behind my temples. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. The mirror reflected a pale version of me, eyes shadowed and tired. I traced the lines around my mouth with a finger, wondering when they'd gotten there. The tape's music was still echoing inside my skull, a distant hum I couldn't turn off. The following days felt like walking through fog. I'd find myself staring at familiar places, unsure why they felt strange. Old photographs on my shelves looked like scenes from someone else's life. Friends' names slipped from my mind mid-conversation, leaving awkward silences that made me blush. I started jotting notes, small details, dates, names, anything I feared losing. One evening, as twilight bled through the cracked blinds, I caught the tape player switching on by itself. No one else was home. The melody poured out, haunting and persistent. My hands shook as I reached to turn it off. The air grew thick, the shadows longer. I swear I heard footsteps somewhere beyond the walls, slow and deliberate, but when I looked, there was only the empty apartment. I sat back down, heart hammering, fingers trembling over the player's buttons. The tape stopped. Silence. But the silence wasn't quiet. It lingered, like the last note of a song hanging in the air, waiting for the next to come. And I knew, somehow, it would. The next morning, I woke up still tangled in the aftershocks of last night's strange melody. My head throbbed faintly, as if the sound waves had left a residue behind my eyes and temples. The tape player sat on the floor where I'd knocked it down, silent now but ominous in its stillness. I stared at it for a long minute, the sunlight filtering weakly through the blinds and catching dust motes that seemed to drift like ghosts in the air. I should have thrown the thing out. Or better yet, smashed it. But something kept me rooted, a mix of dread and curiosity gnawing my gut. The sound had shaken something loose inside me, like a key turning in a lock I didn't even know existed. Maybe it wasn't supernatural. Maybe it was just some weird neurological fluke. I told myself that, but it didn't feel right. Not at all. I moved slowly through my apartment, the familiar spaces suddenly unfamiliar. The scratches on the wooden floor, the faint smell of old coffee from a forgotten cup on the counter, the way the light hit the cracked plaster near the ceiling, they all seemed to pulse with a kind of muted urgency. I rubbed my temples, tasting the stale dryness in my mouth, wondering if I'd slept at all. I had to do something. Sitting still was a trap. Maybe if I figured out who had made that recording, I could understand what it meant. Or at least I'd have something concrete to hold on to before the rest of me slipped away. I pulled on my coat and headed out, the city waking up with its usual grumbles and distant sirens. The air was sharper than I expected, biting at my cheeks as I hurried down the street. The Resonant Theater's address was scribbled messily on a torn piece of paper. It was on the edge of the district, a place I'd passed dozens of times but never dared enter. I felt the weight of every step, the streetlights flickering as if warning me to turn back. When I reached the theater, the building loomed like a decaying giant. Its facade was pocked with peeling paint and graffiti, the windows dark and vacant. I know how that sounds. The old marquee hung askew, letters missing, the name barely readable, Resonant. I pressed my palm against the rough bricks. Cold. Solid. Real. I circled the building, searching for any sign of life or entry. The main doors were locked tight, but a side door caught my eye half open, rusted hinges creaking softly in the morning breeze. I hesitated. The smell of mildew and dust drifted out, mixed with something faintly metallic, like rusted pipes leaking somewhere inside. Inside, the air was thick and musty. My footsteps echoed off the cracked tiles and peeling wallpaper. Patches of light fell through holes in the ceiling, dust motes swirling lazily in the beams. The theater smelled like forgotten memories, old velvet seats, decades of smoke, spilled drinks, and something else I couldn't place. The silence pressed against me, heavy and weighty. I moved cautiously toward the auditorium, the floor creaking beneath me. Rows of tattered seats stretched out, their fabric threadbare and faded. The stage was a cavern of shadows, the curtains moth-eaten and torn. I shivered, not from cold but from the overwhelming stillness. Then I heard it. A faint hum, almost imperceptible, like a tuning fork vibrating somewhere deep inside the walls. I stopped, heart stuttering. It wasn't coming from the tape player, this was different. The sound seemed to seep from the theater itself, a low, resonant pulse that made my chest tighten. I pulled out my phone and switched on the flashlight. The beam caught a narrow corridor leading backstage. Against better judgment, I followed it, the hum growing louder, wrapping around me like a slow tide. The walls were lined with peeling posters, old plays, forgotten performances. One caught my eye, a photo of a woman at the piano, her fingers poised over the keys, eyes closed as if lost in the music. The caption read, Evelyn Carter, 1948. I felt a strange pull, like her presence lingered in the air. The hum became a faint melody, familiar and elusive. I reached the edge of a small room filled with discarded instruments and broken chairs. There, on a dusty table, lay a battered reel-to-reel tape recorder, the same model as mine, though much older. My fingers trembled as I lifted it. The reels were still wound tight, and a faded label read, Resonant Melody, Evelyn Carter. I pressed play, and the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, filled with that same haunting tune from the tape in my apartment. But here, it was clearer, richer, almost alive. The notes seemed to vibrate through the floor, through my bones. I felt dizzy, the world tilting for a moment. My breath caught. Somehow, the music wasn't just sound, it was a force, pressing on my skull, rearranging thoughts I hadn't realized were there. I blinked, trying to focus, but the edges of my memory frayed, faces, places, names slipping just out of reach. I staggered back, clutching the recorder. The hum faded, leaving an eerie stillness that felt heavier than before. I swallowed, tasting iron in my mouth, and realized my hands were damp with sweat. I had to get out. This place was doing something to me. But even as I turned, a faint voice whispered in my mind a phrase I couldn't quite grasp. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe a memory. Or maybe just the theater's echo, playing tricks on a tired mind. Outside, the city seemed louder, sharper, too real after the theater's suffocating quiet. I pulled out my notebook and scribbled furiously, Investigate Evelyn Carter. Find her story. Understand the melody. The words felt urgent, like a lifeline. I knew I wasn't alone in this. Someone had left the tape, the recorder, the melody itself. Someone who wanted me to find it. But why? And what would happen if I kept listening? The question gnawed at me as I walked away, the sun dipping lower behind the skyline, casting long shadows that reached like fingers across the cracked pavement. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't stop myself. The theater watched me go. Silent. Waiting. And I knew this was only the beginning. The night wrapped around the city like a thick wool blanket, cold and unyielding. I pulled my collar up against the wind, the scent of damp concrete and distant gasoline filling my nostrils. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, a sharp, sudden sound that cut through the night's quiet and left an echo bouncing between the empty buildings. The city felt too loud after the theater's silence, too real, like a jarring wake-up call. But the theater's echo still hummed inside my head, that faint voice whispering just beyond my grasp. Words I couldn't pin down. A phrase, or maybe a name. Evelyn Carter. The melody. The warning. They tangled together like threads slipping through my fingers. I pulled out my notebook. My hands trembled enough that the pen scratched jagged lines. The words came out jagged, frantic. Investigate Evelyn Carter. Find her story. Understand the melody. The urgency in my chest was like a second heartbeat. This wasn't just curiosity anymore. This was a demand. I glanced back once. The theater loomed like a darkened beast, silent but watching. The windows were shattered, the marquee flickered faintly with broken bulbs, and the doors, though shut, seemed almost breathing. Waiting. I swallowed hard. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't stop myself. I didn't know what I was walking into, but I was past the point of no return. My apartment smelled stale and cold when I got home, a sharp contrast to the damp night outside. I flipped on the overhead light, but it buzzed and flickered before settling into a weak glow. I dropped my bag on the floor and sat at the kitchen table, the tape recorder resting beside my notebook. The hum of the city filtered through the cracked window, distant sirens and the occasional car passing like ghosts in the dark. I pressed play. The melody spilled out, soft and hypnotic, curling around the room like smoke. But this time, I listened differently, not just to the notes, but to the spaces between them. The way the sound seemed to ripple, almost like it was reaching into me, probing, searching. I blinked rapidly. The room tilted slightly, or maybe I did. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I rubbed my temples. It's just a song, I muttered. Just a recording. But my fingers faltered on the tape recorder's worn casing. I squinted at the screen. The tape was almost finished. I pressed rewind, then play again, letting the melody fill the air, cold and heavy with silence once more. I wanted to trace the notes, to catch the pattern, the secret. I wanted to understand what Evelyn Carter had meant to say. The phone rang. I jumped, nearly knocking the recorder off the table. The shrill ring sliced through the quiet like an item. I stared at it, heart pounding. Answering now would mean talking to someone, but not answering meant losing a thread I didn't know I had. I grabbed the receiver. Hello? A pause. Then a voice, low and careful. Are you the one who found the tape? I hesitated. Yes. Who's this? Someone who knows what you're dealing with. The voice was barely above a whisper. You can't stop now. Not after what you've heard. My skin prickled. What do you mean? I don't understand. Evelyn Carter's melody isn't just music. It's a message, a code. And it's dangerous. The sound waves, they do things to your mind. You've felt it, haven't you? The gaps in your memory, the confusion. I swallowed hard. How do you know about that? Because I've been there. I lost pieces of myself trying to unravel it. The theater isn't just abandoned. It's a trap. You won't be able to leave once you go deeper. What do you want from me? To warn you, but also to tell you, you've already crossed the point of no return. You can't unhear what you've heard. The line went dead. I stared at the receiver, my fingers numb. The room felt colder, shadows creeping in the corners. I rubbed my eyes and tried to steady my breath. The tape recorder sat beside me, its silence louder than before. I couldn't decide if I was more frightened or more curious. The next morning, I woke up with a start. The sunlight was too bright, stabbing through the blinds, but I couldn't shake the heaviness in my chest. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes, and my mouth tasted like metal. I blinked against the light, trying to piece together the fragments of a dream or memory that slipped like water through my fingers. I reached for my phone. No new messages. No missed calls. But the contact from last night was gone. Swiped away or erased. I couldn't remember which. I rubbed my forehead, trying to steady the nausea rising in my throat. I sat up slowly, the sheets rough against my skin. Something wasn't right. I opened my notebook, but the words I'd written were blurred, as if the ink itself was fading. Investigate Evelyn Carter was still legible, but the urgency felt hollow now, like a distant echo rather than a burning command. I ran my hands over the pages. I was losing time. Small moments like how I got home, what I ate for dinner, vanished before I could hold on to them. The melody was doing something to me. That much was clear. But what? And why? I forced myself to stand, the room spinning slightly. The air smelled of old paper and something metallic. I crossed to my desk and pulled out an old photo I'd found the day before, hidden among the theater's debris, a black and white shot of a woman, poised at a piano, her eyes sharp and distant. Evelyn Carter, I was sure. I traced the edges with my finger. Something about her gaze felt accusing, as if she knew what was coming and was powerless to stop it. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. My heart hit my throat. No one knew where I was. Who could it be? I crept to the peephole and looked out. No one. Just the empty hallway, dim and silent. I opened the door a crack. Hello? No answer. Just a folded envelope slipped under the door. I grabbed it and closed the door quickly. The envelope was yellowed, fragile, with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, handwritten in neat, looping script. They are listening. The melody is not what you think. You've been chosen. There is no escape. I dropped the note, my hand shaking. The weight of the tape recorder in my coat pocket suddenly felt like a chain. There was no going back now. The Resonant theater had claimed me. And whatever it was hiding, it wasn't just a melody. It was a trap designed by someone who understood the fragile architecture of the mind far better than I ever imagined. And I was already caught inside it. The envelope slipped from my fingers and fluttered to the floor like a dying moth. I didn't move for minutes, maybe longer. I wasn't sure anymore. The tape recorder in my coat pocket felt heavier than before, like a stone sinking deeper into my gut. I knew the Resonant theater was no ordinary ruin. It wasn't just abandoned bricks and broken seats. It was a machine, a trap, and I was already caught inside, tangled in invisible threads. I wanted to throw the tape away, smash the recorder to bits, anything to break whatever hold it had on me. But I couldn't. Instead, My hands fumbled to turn it on again. That melody, the haunting, impossible melody, dripped out once more, wrapping around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay like cold smoke. This time I listened with eyes shut tight, willing myself to find some rational explanation, some flaw. A trick of acoustics, a recording glitch. Anything but what it felt like, a slow erasure of myself. The next morning arrived with a dull ache behind my eyes, the kind that comes from a restless night spent wrestling with shadows. I sat in the kitchen, the note still on the floor beside my boot. The sun sliced through the blinds unevenly, casting stripes over the cracked linoleum. I tried to remember what I'd had for breakfast the day before and came up empty. That, I realized, was new. The melody wasn't just haunting, it was eroding the edges of my memories. I paced the room, the rough plaster of the walls seeming to close in tighter with each step. My phone buzzed, startling me. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging. You don't know what you're waking. I dropped the phone onto the table, my hands trembling so hard the screen blurred. Who are you? I muttered aloud, but the silence was my only answer. The tape recorder sat on the counter, silent now. I stared at it, wondering how something so small could feel like a wrecking ball inside my head. I knew I had to go back to the theater, to find out who was behind this, what the melody really was, and why it was designed to break me. Later that afternoon, I found myself standing again before the crumbling facade of the Resonant theater. The air smelled of damp wood and rusted metal, a sharp contrast to the stale heat trapped inside. The peeling posters on the walls whispered stories of performances long forgotten, their colors faded to ghostly pastels. I hesitated, feeling the weight of the tape recorder in my pocket. It was like carrying a live wire. Inside, the dimness swallowed me whole. Each step echoed against the hollow shell of the auditorium, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The smell of mildew and dust was thick enough to taste. I ran my fingers along the cracked plaster of the walls, the texture gritty and brittle. The deeper I went, the colder it felt, as if the building itself exhaled a chill. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, the melody began again. Soft at first, just a whisper behind the walls, then growing louder, more insistent. It wasn't coming from the tape recorder. This was live. Someone or something was playing it inside the theater. My breath quickened. I followed the sound, my heart thudding loud enough to drown out the music at times. The notes twisted and turned like smoke, curling around the rafters, seeping into the cracks. The air vibrated, subtle but palpable, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. I reached the stage, where a single spotlight flickered weakly, casting long shadows that danced like specters. The orchestra pit yawned empty, silent, but the music filled the space with a presence that was almost tangible. I looked around, searching, but saw no one. Hello? My voice cracked, barely carrying over the melody. Who's there? The music faltered momentarily, then surged back with a ferocity that pressed against my skull. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. Instead, the sound waves seemed to crawl beneath my skin, twisting inside my brain. My vision blurred, colors bleeding at the edges. I stumbled back, catching myself on the edge of the stage. The notes shifted again, becoming dissonant, jagged, like shards of glass scraping against memory. Panic rose hot and fast. I wanted to run, to escape, but my legs felt leaden, my mind sluggish. I was trapped. Then, a voice. Low, calm, almost a whisper, but it cut through the music like an item. You don't belong here. I spun around, heart hammering, but the theater was empty. No figure, no shadow, only the echo of that chilling statement. The melody slowed, stretching out, and with it, my thoughts scattered in a whirl. I tried to hold on to who I was, but the edges frayed. Names slipped away, faces blurred. I could feel the memory of my own apartment, my friends, even the note I had found, all drifting just out of reach. The voice came again. This place demands something in return. I sank to the floor, fingers digging into the dusty wood. What? What do you want? Silence. Complete silence. The darkness pressed in, suffocating and dense. I realized then that the danger wasn't just the melody. It wasn't ghosts or curses. It was the knowledge that someone had engineered this, someone who understood how to manipulate the brain's fragile wiring, using sound as a tool. And now, that person or people were watching, waiting. I forced myself to stand, to take a step back toward the exit. But the theater seemed to shift around me. The walls felt closer, the ceiling lower. The faintest laughter echoed, a dry, brittle sound that made my skin crawl. Not human laughter. Something else. Something calculated. My breath caught, cold sweat slicking my back. I'm not here to play your game, I said, but my voice wavered. Another knock echoed, soft, deliberate, this time from the far end of the corridor. My eyes darted toward it, heart racing. The note's words returned, they are listening. I edged forward, every nerve screaming. The knock came again, then a whisper so low I almost missed it. You think you can leave? No, I whispered back, voice barely audible. Then prove it. The melody swelled once more, a terrifying crescendo that clawed at the edges of my sanity. I gritted my teeth, fighting to remember who I was, what I had come here for. But with every note, the theater seemed to rewrite my mind, erasing the past and rewriting the present in its own dark language. I knew then the fight wasn't just to escape the building. It was to keep myself intact, to resist becoming another lost fragment in the theater's endless echo. I didn't know how much longer I could hold on. But I had to try. Because if I gave in, if I let the melody win, there would be no coming back. I woke up to the low hum of the city outside my window, the kind of dull noise that never quite settles, like a distant machine running all night. The sky was a pale gray, filtered through the thin curtains I hadn't bothered to close properly. For a moment, I wasn't sure where I was, then the sharp ache behind my eyes reminded me. The Resonant theater. The recording. The melody. I rubbed my temples, trying to pull the fog of confusion away. The memories were like loose threads, slipping through my fingers. I couldn't quite hold on to them, no matter how hard I tried. My apartment felt foreign, like I had moved in yesterday, not years ago. The books on the shelves looked unfamiliar. Even the scent, the faint odor of old paper mixed with my cheap coffee, seemed off, as if I were smelling it for the first time instead of the 100th. I had spent the last few days trying to piece myself together, but it was like my brain had started to rewrite its own history. I kept questioning what was real and what was fading. The melody haunted me, though. It wasn't just in my head anymore, it was embedded in the air I breathed. That sound wave, whatever it was, had done more than disrupt my memory, it had chipped away at who I was. By mid-morning, I decided I couldn't stay cooped up. I needed some clarity, or at least a distraction. I grabbed my coat, the one with the frayed cuff, and left the apartment. The hallway smelled like stale sweat and cleaning solution, familiar enough to ground me for a second before the uncertainty crept back. Outside, the city was sluggish. People moved like shadows, their faces blurred in my mind. I walked without a destination, my footsteps echoing softly against the cracked pavement. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of rain on concrete. At the corner deli, I bought a black coffee and a stale bagel. The cashier, a woman with tired eyes and a crooked smile, asked how I was. Could be better, I said, forcing a smile. She nodded, not pressing further. I found a bench nearby, the wood rough and splintered beneath my fingertips. I sipped the coffee, bitter and burnt, and stared at the street. Cars slowed and sped, voices floated past in snippets of conversation, but none of it felt anchored to me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but couldn't remember a single phone number without looking it up. That realization hit harder than I expected. I wasn't just losing memories, I was losing pieces of my identity. Later that afternoon, I returned to the theater. It was quieter than before, the shadows longer and more oppressive. The building looked even more decrepit, as if time had gnawed away at it since my last visit. I hesitated at the entrance, the heavy double doors creaking open with a sound that felt like a warning. Inside, the stale air pressed against me, thick with dust and something else I couldn't name, an old, metallic tang mixed with rotting wood. I walked slowly to the stage, the floorboards groaning underfoot. The silence was almost unbearable. I found the old tape recorder where I'd left it, its casing cracked and yellowed. I pulled out the tape and held it between my fingers, the plastic sticky from age. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I felt compelled to understand the melody's origin, to find some explanation. Then, a voice. Barely a whisper at first, but growing clearer. "You shouldn't be here," it said. I spun around, heart pounding, but no one was there. The theater, empty except for me, swallowed the sound as if it had never existed. "Hello?" My voice cracked. Silence. Complete silence. The shadows seemed to shift, and I caught a glimpse of movement in the balcony seats. A man stepped forward, his face obscured by the dim light. He looked older, with deep lines carved into his skin and eyes that held something cold. "You don't know what you've unleashed," he said. I swallowed hard. "I don't understand. Who are you?" He smiled, but it wasn't a warm smile. More like a warning. "I'm the one who recorded that melody. I used the theater's acoustics to embed something in it. A sound that changes the way your mind works. You thought it was a ghost story. It's worse." I shook my head, trying to process the words. "Why? Why would you do that?" "Because the world forgets too easily," he said, stepping closer. "People lose themselves in noise and distraction. I wanted to make them listen, really listen, to something that would force them to lose themselves. To break down their memories and build something new." I felt my hands tremble. "And me? What am I now?" He looked at me with an odd mixture of pity and satisfaction. "A blank slate. And soon, you won't even remember this conversation." The weight of his words pressed down on me. I wanted to run, but my legs felt heavy, as if the sound had seeped into my bones. "Is there a way to stop it?" I asked, desperation creeping in. He shook his head. "No. Once the melody is inside, it rewires your brain. The best you can do is accept the change or lose yourself entirely." I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. He turned away, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone with the echo of that haunting melody. I sat on the stage for what felt like hours, the silence wrapping around me like a shroud. My mind was a battlefield, fragments of memories flickering like faulty bulbs, moments of clarity slipping into darkness. But then, something shifted. I realized that despite the loss, something remained. A thread of myself that refused to break. I stood up slowly, brushing dust from my jeans. The theater wasn't just a tomb for the past, it was a place where I had to confront my own unraveling. The melody had taken much, but it hadn't taken everything. Outside, the sky was turning with the sun's slow descent, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement. I walked away from the theater, the cold air filling my lungs, steadying me. I didn't know who I was anymore, not entirely. But maybe that was the point. Maybe I had been given a chance to rebuild, not from what I lost, but from what I chose to carry forward. On the bus ride home, the city's hum was no longer a threat but a reminder. Life went on. People forgot and remembered. I was part of that cycle now. When I reached my apartment, I sat by the window, watching the night settle in. The melody was silent, at least for now. And in the quiet, I let myself breathe. I didn't have all the answers. Maybe I never would. But I had survived the sound. And sometimes, survival was enough.